that went down last session.
Last time on
advancing.
Oh yeah. Last time on Desolate Creation, our group finds themselves huddled around a campfire, setting up for the night in the encampment near the archaeological site that they had previously broken into, looted, and basically explained all the information that they'd gathered to the archaeological team themselves, or scouts rather. Shortly thereafter, 5 motes of incandescent light zoom across the sky in the direction of a scout patrol that had yet to return. Fearing the worst, they mount up on the battle bus and basically make their approach towards the assumed impact site. Upon arriving, huh?
The Tilted Towers. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, yeah. Upon arriving, they discover two individuals, a male and a female. One stuck on a shoddily, partially destroyed bridge that seemed to have bite marks taken out of it. Upon gathering further information, the harpy, who has yet to be named, invisibly stalked up and basically made her presence known. In surprise, the male lashed out with his weapon, simultaneously making enough noise to disturb a large creature, a froghemoth, hiding just beneath the surface. That is not where the troubles end, however, as I believe 3... I forget which class they are, but 3 Starfallen... Yeah. 3 Starfallen stalk from the underbrush, aiming to claim their lives. But after a harrowing battle, we find ourselves absconding from the battlefield, and I believe that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Kind of gleamed over the whole dragon sequence, but yeah.
Yeah.
And the big monkeys. My bad.
Monkey.
That was like last session, but sure.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Assisted Obosh in passing through a rather treacherous cavern to recover a object of magical significance that turns out to be a cave filled with many full-size dragons that ended up being a very narrow escape, as the party's actions, unbeknownst to them, released an entire horde of white dragons as they departed off into the night sky as a small horde ascending into the clouds, heading north. The implications of that have yet to be understood. There was some conversation on the way back, but that ultimately brings us to where we are now, where we have the 6 members of Patrol 26, honorary or otherwise, along with a few new recruits along the way, Dana, Felix, and Obosh, who is all in the company of the 6 of you, heading back in the direction towards the encampment. Without a cart or noble steed, everyone is trekking and braving this place on foot through these mystical forests, where every shimmer of leaf, every rustle in the bushes just beyond perception have a bit of an unnerving presence to them, as though there are many spectators observing and perhaps plotting as you move through. Round of perception rolls from everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to point out that I am looking for some small critter to try and catch.
Okay. Pretty good. All right. It wouldn't be long as everyone is moving through as a group. Heads are on swivels as there's no telling what may jump out at them in these strange lands. There would be some critters that you would spot to our unnamed harpy. You would look high above branch, and at first it's this faint blue twinkle that's almost passable as nothing, or perhaps a star in the sky that is breaking through the canopy. But you would look down or up rather, and you see there is something looking down at you.
Oh,
Wait, maybe.
Hand not included.
Yeah. We can just say that's a branch that looks awfully similar to a hand.
mm-hmm.
It is pretty well blended into the brush. But of course, you would spot it before anyone else, having a special attentiveness to critters.
I'm actually curious. Do owls have a lot of meat on their bones? They are birds. It's probably not a lot.
Oh no.
No, I will spare my bird cousin and look for something else while we're
Okay.
traveling.
Your eyes trail off from the soft blue glow of this owl's eyes as you look over to the left and you see another glow. It's much of the same.
Oh, so there's two owls.
The only person to really see this is the feathered chick. Still
Okay.
unnamed. Ugh, I don't know how to address you. It's driving me nuts. Aerithal, the Cobweb, Dagny, everyone else. There's a soft chitter of various wildlife, bugs, perhaps birds that are singing into the night. It's somewhat melodic, as if they are all in sync on the same tune, but you would not really spot anything. As for the harpy, you are alone in this venture. There are now two owls that seemingly no one else has yet to see.
Being a bird myself, am I able to essentially understand their behavior currently? As something I would do as a bird?
They are perching and gazing. Extract from that what you will.
Okay.
I presume you're not going to be doing anything. You're just going to be keeping moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'll go ahead and fly from branch to branch, because I imagine this place is muddy as shit.
It is moist. Not muddy, but there's some spots that are less savory than others. So you would fly off to the right and get some distance this time, going through the low-hanging branches, and you hear a squawk as you almost butt into it with your head, as there is yet a third. It doesn't
Birds.
necessarily do much, except it would ruffle its feathers a little bit, and its stare intensifies. You look over towards the spot of the other two, and they have not taken their eyes off of you.
The group as a whole, or me specifically?
You specifically. They don't seem to care about anybody else.
Alright. I'll keep moving with the humans for now.
All right.
Imagine we're passing through their nesting grounds.
You would try to duck down a little bit lower as to not disturb the owl you almost bumped into, so you decide it's best to hover maybe a few feet off the ground. Maybe come down for a quick grasp of footing, and you go downwards and you almost step on yet another owl. Everyone would notice that our harpy is moving around a bit erratically, but they can't really ascertain why. just seems to be unable to decide how they want to move, so it seems. Maybe something's got them spooked. But there's nothing to
Pablo
be
sort of
seen.
scratches his head. Well, what's going on? Did Jimmy fall down the well? What's going on?
I'm gonna whistle at the bird just to get its attention.
I'm focused on this brand new owl that I nearly flew into. I'm curious. I would like to try and grab this creature.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Interesting.
Roll sleight of hand to see if you can get a quick grab on it.
Alright. Has it been more than an hour since we've moved off from the cave?
It's been close to,
Oh,
but not necessarily. About half an hour.
Okay,
so far.
So Cat's Grace would still be on, so advantage. 20, dirty.
Oh, rolled a 5. Shit.
For being
Everyone's-
pretty clumsy, so.
Everyone sees your harpy friend is a bit ruffled and quickly dives down into something that's in the bushes as it would acquire an owl that begins screeching very loudly. And as this thing screeches begin to echo into the forest, there would be a returning screech from many sources as it had friends.
I suggest we move.
I
Wait,
agree.
wait, do I recognize this owl? Like,
This owl, or rather, this horde of owls, is not familiar to you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna run over to the burb and tell them to let the owl go.
I'm too busy asserting my dominance over this one by screeching at it louder to make it shut up.
Off of it!
No, let her cook.
Don't encourage this. Get off of it. I'll fucking use the butt of my cane to fucking shoo it off. You're causing more attention than we need right now.
Fuck you.
Harassing the wildlife. We don't need this kind of attention. Someone make that thing let that bird go.
Fuck it. I'm gonna use Mind Sliver.
Hey,
What the fuck? Okay, roll your attack roll. What the
She's got to make an intelligence save, so save or suck.
Okay.
There you go. See?
You decided best to attack your own teammate, only to find that the harpy was able to resist it. But yeah, it's pretty clear that Daggy just tried to harm you. And it wasn't gonna tickle.
I would like to throw the owl at her.
Make an improvised weapon attack.
Because throwing a flying creature works out so well.
Let's see. What would I add to that? Strength or dex? Owl
Throwing it. That would be
if it's
dex.
improvised, it's just base strength. If you don't have
Okay, so
proficiency.
yeah, it's just a d20 then.
Yeah. Dagny, an owl comes careening at you and would graze over the top of your head as it goes tumbling into a bush. The cacophony of owl screeches is not amused. They get a bit louder. It's drawing a lot of attention to this area.
Well, we need to move now. Stupid bundle of feathers.
Well, we definitely should move. Because with that dragon horde that is now alerted, who knows what
Yeah.
a bunch of screeching little creatures will do to that.
We got to get back to the camp. Let's go.
All right, everyone quickens their pace as the owls are in a total riot, and you do your best to distance yourself from the noise. It takes a good couple of minutes to get completely out of earshot, but they did not slow down in their noise generation, even in the slightest. So much so that everyone would keep moving forward. And let me look back here. Who's at the who's taking point?
I suppose
Is
I
anyone-
am in the trees
Okay.
after the owl debacle.
you have some distance, have a bit of verticality over everybody to get an advantage over in the treescape. Meanwhile, everyone else is on the ground, and Erithal would be the first one to spot it as you keep moving. There is a bit of a break in the trees, something of a clearing that gives some easier treading, and the clearing also would give a clearer view of the stars to gain your bearing, as you would direct everybody there to find the path of least resistance. Moving forward, you enter this clearing, and passing over a few spurts of tall grass, you would spot something that is extremely out of place. You come across a fenced, small little plot of land that appears to be well maintained. A little wooden fence that seems to be fencing off a well-kept garden. You can see that there's an arrangement of fully matured fruits and vegetables, and floating above them would be something that is munching on what appears to be a cucumber.
Oh!
Oh!
Nobody hurt the creature.
Why ain't that little?
Oh my
Shoot.
gosh.
I'm not going crazy, right? That jellyfish over there is eating a cucumber.
No, it is.
That's
Oh,
not a
shit.
jellyfish, though. No,
No?
jellyfish I've ever seen.
It is definitely not a jellyfish.
Looks like Destin's definitely taken a liking to it.
Okay.
well-
Out of character, I know what this is. Having lived in caves, would Cobweb have any idea what this thing is?
You've never seen something like this in person. Maybe in those books you've scrounged together you might have found something, so you can roll history if you want to try to think back on all the tall tales that the ogres used to tell.
Gotcha.
Pancake.
Would I know either? Or just no
Oh,
entirely?
with the -1. Fuck!
Destined, you can do your best to try to interpret what this is. This would also be a history check, thinking back onto stories on mythical creatures.
Wow.
Somehow you have heard a thing or two about floating gelatinous tendrilled creatures. You have to think for a second. Okay, floating mass with tentacles. This is either something that is whimsical and maybe not all that big of a threat, or maybe if it has a bunch of eyes and like a big central one, it's a very big threat and you're all about to die. And you judge it's the former and think of it as nothing immediately dangerous. As for the garden, no one seems to have an explanation.
I feel like
Nadira, you spread out a garden all of a sudden?
Well, don't look at me. When would I have the time to cultivate this?
no, you wouldn't have.
I'm still in shock from all those dragons. I mean, like, I could have died back there, and maybe I'm still in shock and haven't realized it yet. Does anyone else feel like that?
I don't want to alarm anybody, but with my expert insight, I have deduced that this is, in fact, the avatar of a forgotten deity. We're all going to die. Make peace with your creator.
Oh,
I
thanks
see
for
that-
the assurance.
I see
No,
that
no,
Cobweb has failed the divine vibe check.
I would like
Did
to
he ever
fly over
have
to
one
this
at
creature.
least?
You're flying over to the creature.
Yeah.
Oh, don't hurt it.
I swear to God.
You would close the distance, and you get within 20 feet, and it begins to float away to the far side of the plot, still munching on this cucumber. It appears to lack any teeth, so it's more so harmlessly gumming it while attempting to shove it inside of its large mouth. And it's just eyeing you with its stalks.
Can
What a
I?
sad creature. It wasn't born with teeth. I suppose I'll help it eat. I want to get close and
That's
mage
funny.
hand and shove the cucumber down its mouth.
Oh no!
What the fuck?
God damn it.
It's having trouble. I'm only doing. I'm being a good neighbor, showing it how to eat correctly.
Alright, State Farm, roll Arcana.
19. see here.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
You would take a arcane hand, I'm assuming is the route you're going,
Yeah.
to shove this further into its mouth. And it has one end and it's nibbling on it. And you just shove that thing fully in there and see the backside of this thing extend 2 feet out of its body as this cucumber would push against the back of its form. And you see those 2 little eyes almost bulge out of its stalks as all of its tentacles would quiver. And you see its cheeks puff out and would barf up some strange bluish liquid that comes jetting towards you. Make a dex save. That's a
Get
failure. This bluish liquid, which maybe it's partially digested cucumber, you don't know, would come jetting towards you and coats you. It gets on your face through your feathers and gums you up and makes things hard to fly. And you feel it soak instantly within your feathers into your skin. And you feel sickened as you are poisoned.
Poison!
And there's this horrible odor that reeks of whatever just barfed onto you. It is an assault on the senses, and you really want to get rid of this as quickly as possible, but it's on you, it's within you, it's in you, and you feel awful. You would see this thing would slowly meander into some of the leaves of this garden patch. There's a single eye stalk that's still poking out from behind a leaf and is watching you very warily.
I hate this.
I'm gonna
fly to the ground and start rolling around in the dirt and mud to get this shit off me.
Serves you right. That's what you
I
get when you mess with stuff that you shouldn't be touching.
He's got vomit on his spaghetti.
You know, I think I might have just came up with a name.
What?
Disa. It means spirited in the giant tongue.
Lisa.
B-Man, I'm going to slowly approach the creature, take out one of my bolts, and take a cucumber and just kind of slice the top of it off, and just, maybe this is more of size, and kind of offer it.
Okay. I'll say this is an animal handling check as you try to console the violated creature.
Oh
While-
boy, don't burn that one!
While these two are trying to deep throat this creature,
What?
could
I'm cutting it down to size so it doesn't choke!
Alright. You would take a slice of cucumber and offer it to the floating creature. It's a bit harder on trust now, having the issue taken part with it being violated. Slowly would reach out a tentacle and would cautiously and nervously take the piece before fitting it into its mouth. As you would see, its body is partially transparent, and you see this little slice would slowly sink down into the bottom of it. You can assume to be its gut, and it would just kind of stagnate there and would begin to bubble for a little bit. It seems content. It's not willing to come out of its hiding spot, but is a little bit more at ease. As for our feathered friend, who is rolling around in the entirety of this garden, there are some pretty delectable plants which you are trying to use as a method to get this stuff off of you, and you're doing everything you can. You're rolling past some grapevines, some tomatoes, even some brightly colored pink cylindrical objects which you think they're fruit but are not quite sure. They're partially illuminated, and you go to one particular patch of this and try to get all this out to find that a lot of the leaves are sticking to you. You're not sure if this is the substance or not, so you try to roll around even more, but find that this particularly vibrant looking plant is completely stuck within you as you become basically ensnared in it. You will treat it as a grapple. And you look over, and there's this heap of vegetables that is rising next to you. You see that there's a crease at the center of this heap, that would part, revealing teeth.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh, no.
I am screaming at the top of my lungs.
Oh,
Are
this
you ki-
stupid fucking bird.
Issa, no!
I think I know what you found on the internet.
I didn't find shit. This is OG. Anyways,
Mhm.
how's an 18 versus your AC?
Yeah, that hits.
All right. You take 10 piercing damage and 3 acid damage as the heap of vegetables appears to have an appetite of its own, and you are being
How much
chewed
acid
to
damage
pieces.
was it again?
3.
Okay.
Now, bear in mind, you're also poisoned. I will
Poison!
mark that. Here we go. I suppose at this point, if everyone's trying to help him, you can roll for initiative.
Yeah,
let's
I guess
see
I
here.
will. I was gonna inspect the garden a little bit more, but
Yeah, same here.
Blast the plants, fuck it, blast them.
oh, I believe Nadira has Wither and Bloom.
She does.
Yeah.
Please don't on the entire garden.
Like, at this point,
It depends on if it's prepared.
I do not know that. I just know I'm pretty sure she used it before. but-
She's used it before.
No,
think
she
it's a
has
cave.
it, but it's a matter of if it's prepared or not. And I don't think it is.
oh well.
Mhm.
Probably swapped out some spells.
Ah, poo.
All right.
Poison!
Destin, you can see that this garden has treacheries within. Your feathered friend is in trouble.
Do I have enough movement to move around the garden, I guess, to get to where I'll just call it as, because it's labeled that, the mimic?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say, like, everyone has been approaching, like, the japes of messing with this creature have allowed everyone to close the distance, and everyone was
Yeah.
at the edge. So, yes, you can close the distance.
Yeah, in case of other creatures that are in it. Actually, I could be right here. Because I'm gonna whack it twice.
All right.
And fucking crit.
Oh, my
Oh.
God.
The big
Uh,
poke.
Awfully spicy. Both hit.
That crit, I'll throw a Divine Smite on.
Okay.
The Divine Smite would crit as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I suppose you just double that.
You take these blows to hack off pieces of vegetables, and as they go hacking off the
There we go.
creature, they would almost devolve into this viscous gray matter, which is sizzling acidically on the ground. That brings us to Nadira. Let's see. What can she do? Oh. Sure, why not? We'll hack one of these at him. Oh, get
Hol-
fucked.
Holy shit.
Well,
Wow.
I thought it has to do... Oh, that's for the explosion, never mind.
That
Yeah.
sucks.
Oh man.
Yes, it fills the explosion. And of course, she's being smart about this in such a way where her ally is not getting hit by the ice. All right. It got crit twice. As quickly as it revealed itself, it lay dead. Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, I don't trust this garden at all. I think we
That
should
would-
move away from it.
Free our harpy.
Yeah. I get the sudden and distinct feeling that we're trespassing.
Can I look around the garden and see if there was like any sort of marker saying that this garden belongs to someone?
You take a look around, look at the fence, look for little picket signs, but you find that there's absolutely nothing that would detail it as such. The only thing that you do hear as this mimic would draw its last breath and the harpy is free once again is a mischievous, high-pitched little cackle that you can hear off in the corner before there is a ruffling of tall grass.
Fucking fairies.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's similar to that, was it that goodberry plant that we saw earlier? This has been magicked up.
Through all the commotion, the little jelly creature would have fled into the woods, terrified by your advances.
Hmm.
At this point, can someone try and at least tie a rope to the bird, please?
How about we do that after it looks a little less sickly? As I'm going to use less restoration, just to get rid of the poison status effect.
Very nice. And for our harpy, you see Erithal would approach you with a glowing radiant hand and a flash behind his glowing eyes, as there is a warm wash that would alleviate you of this sickened feeling. You're feeling a lot better. Glowy man, help!
After that, I'm getting out of this fucking plant hell. Back to the trees. Though, as I swoop by, I kind of momentarily perch on him and kind of pat his shoulder with a talon and continue, then off again, flying.
Okay. And everyone reassumes formation, seeking to make a headway, as this place is full of tricks, undoubtedly.
You know, I never really learned much about the Feywild. The only thing that I did learn was that they're fucking chaotic. It makes sense that there's no markers around here denoting property. I don't even think that's a concept, really. I think it's our best move just to keep going.
Stop for nothing.
I fully agree.
If the bird stops and touches something, that's their problem.
Well, Bosch looks over his shoulder, everyone a bit annoyed. Quit pissing around in places like this. The more you entertain them, the more they're gonna keep messing with you. You'll never find your way back. I told you I'm not coming with you to the campsite, but I stuck here because I knew this kind of shit would happen. I'm on now.
Yeah.
And keep moving forward, everyone would. An additional 10 minutes would pass as there is an arrangement of strange insect-like creatures of all variety, many of which are moving at erratic speeds, almost partaking with one another in choreographed dances, flashing lights on the thorax of many as they are entertaining themselves among the Knight's Grace. It would be 10 minutes later, where there would be, among the dashing of many green-lit dragonflies, that there is a flash, a whiff of air, as something would pass right by your faces, a mere inches away. Something much larger, as there's a whoosh, and it would stir up some of the leaves, as something narrowly missed hitting all of you.
What the fuck?
Take cover, I guess?
Keep moving low to the ground.
Yes.
I agree with that.
All right. Everyone would acknowledge the idea to duck down and have a crouched posture, slowing down but keeping a head up. And before long, there's another coming back from the previous direction. Dagny, make a dex save.
What the fuck?
Oh.
God damn it. Arcane deflection.
Hmm.
So I guess a 12.
You're in this crouched position, slowing your tread, and there'd be another whoosh that is just behind you, and you try to take a quick step forward to avoid it, but you would fall flat into the moist soil. It's something trips you up. You look over to see that somehow your shoes have been tied together.
Fucking pixies. She tries to stand up, and then she will she's gonna start yelling some curses out in Elvish. Fucking glittery little shits! Mind your business! Or I'll burn this whole forest to the ground!
Little shit!
Could I prepare an action to, here, let me see. Where's my spell book? There we go. To cast Gust on any more speedy pranksters. Just to sort of keep them away, not looking to hurt anything, just to deflect them, basically.
I'm gonna
Okay.
have a mind sliver at the ready.
Wait, no, Dagny, relax. You don't have to blow them up. I got this.
They pissed me off now.
Yeah.
Pissed
High
off.
above head, there would be a whoosh of leaves that are suddenly kicked up. Cobweb, you unleash your gust, and it would almost intensify the effect. And Dagny, you would do much of the same as you go up to cast a mind sliver, as you would find that it fails since there's no target. You look and see there are little magical bits of dust among the disturbance to find that that was simply prestidigitation that had taken place above head. And you hear a high-pitched laugh to the far left as something darts off into the darkness. You are definitely being toyed with by something.
Well, they seem mostly harmless.
I don't like it!
I know they tied your Tims together. That's crazy.
What?
But we also have to go.
Yeah, at this point, she's dejected and she starts tearing up. Just. Like she's looking around, kind of lost.
Could I open, nah, never mind.
Look, Dagny, I know this trip has been hard on you, but I'm gonna be honest. We're gonna have to buck up until we can get somewhere safe. Can you? You think you're gonna be able to keep it together, or do you want to take a break?
I don't know what to do anymore.
I mean, yeah, that's okay. I don't know much of anything really.
She just kind of sits on the ground. It's like, I feel like the whole world's weight on my shoulders, and everyone, whatever it is out there's making fun of me now.
Well, I mean, yeah, I kind of get that, but at least you're not bearing that burden alone.
It certainly feels that way.
I would like to add to whatever's fucking with the group by fucking with them myself.
Oh shit.
As I wanted to, while they're having this moment discreetly from the trees, I wanted to cast another fart on Nadira with minor illusion.
Oh my god. Yeah, you see, Nadira has her back to you. It's the perfect opportune moment, and you just give off a... This fart would completely break the moment at hand, and Nadira looks over, and her brow furrows and her cheeks turn red. I swear to gods that was not me. Someone's
yeah, sure.
playing games, and I will put you in the ground.
Don't look at me, Nadira. I have nothing against you.
Look in general real quick. This is the face Cobweb is making, holding back his raucous laughter in order to
Neck veins and all.
You try to disguise the abrupt laughter as anger, righteous anger on behalf of Nadira. Just roll deception.
Okay. Let me see here. Cloud Rune advantage. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Maybe crit. Okay.
No one would suspect you. You clearly are ripe for vengeance on whoever the mystery pooter is.
These these motherfuckers don't know I passed the chicken test. Anyway, Dagny,
He sort of sits down by her.
I mean, at what point have you been alone? Everything we've faced so far, we've all been together, and we've come out of it mostly unscathed. Do you think this might have something to do, you think this might have something to do with Dismas and Ren?
Like she's trying to keep up a stoic facade, but immediately hearing those names, the facade just breaks, and it looks like she's about to break down.
Obosh looks over his shoulder at the mention of the name Rin. You can see there's a flash of remorse in his eyes, but he doesn't say anything.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. You're one of the strongest humies I've ever met. And I'm sure that if somewhere they're watching us, they'd wholeheartedly approve and would want you to move on. Can't keep tormenting yourself like this.
Even though we're together right now, I feel like I'm gonna be alone at the end. I want to be alone. I can't do it.
Yeah, as if you could get rid of me that easy.
The cartographer corps saved you, not Dismas, though.
Well, I mean, yeah. Fair enough.
He sort of scratches the back of his head.
I don't know much about all this archaeotech bullshit. But what I do know is that you are capable of getting through this.
Oh gosh. Am I gonna be alone in this? Will every human being I ever known and loved just leave?
I don't think this is a conversation you're ready for, Dagny. Your best bet right now is to keep moving forward. Back the way you came. And you need to worry about what's in front of you. That's how it gets done. That's the only way any of this... What the fuck? You look up as there's a monstrous noise that came from overhead. And there's a small creature responsible for it.
Just sort of sniffling, she wipes fiercely at her eyes and not wanting to be made fun of anymore, she just goes ahead and takes off her shoes.
What?
Yeah, what?
Because they're tied together.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Thought you were possessed by Norte for a second.
You want to borrow my socks? I mean, they're a little ripe, but it'll protect your feet.
No, thank you.
Oh, fair enough. Your loss.
As he sort of gets up and holds out a hand to help her get up, even though he's like half her height.
Well, she'll take your hand, but she will also use her cane to help her stand up.
I want that frog. God damn it.
You can still try to grab for it as it hops away.
I do. They don't seem to be... Nothing interesting seems to be going on with them at this moment.
Alright, if you're going to catch this creature, just make a sleight of hand roll.
Let's keep moving. The bird will catch up.
Damn.
Nope. It's too quick for you.
You know, the day that I became the optimistic one in this group, it was a sad day indeed. Holy shit.
We don't have time for this. Can we please just keep walking?
Yes.
Yeah, alright. Also, green guy, Obosh, rather. learn to read the fucking room. She's sad.
Emotions don't really have a place when it comes to life or death situations, and the fact of the matter is the Aurorans still are on our ass. It's only a matter of time before they deploy more of their bots.
Yeah, but we can't evade effectively if she's having a mental break.
And someone
You've
carry her,
changed
that's what
so
it takes.
much. You've changed so much, Obosh.
Yeah, I suppose I did. I didn't ask for any of this.
I guess we're sort of more alike in that regard than you may think. Anyway, this is all semantics. Let's keep moving.
If I
There'd be a hand that would fall gently onto your shoulder, Dagny, as Dana is taking a knee to give you a bit of reassurance. She just gives you a reassuring smile. We've all had it rough. You're not alone. Look at everyone that's around you right now, okay?
She just goes ahead and looks at everyone, and I think the last person that she'll look at is Obosh. She just has this melancholic look on her face because of how she remembered Obosh was before he had escaped the city and before she handed him the gloves on that day. And realizing how much he changed. And then she says, "Do you remember what I told you that day, the last time I sold you? When you were in the city?"
He squints his eyes a little bit. I suppose you're gonna have to refresh my memory. Sorry.
I told you to hold on to hope. Did you do that?
Hope for what?
I don't know, just hope.
See, my problem is I don't know what to hope for. It's a real messy world. Nothing is simple. I'm hoping one day I can just sit down and just not have to get back up. I don't really know how I'm gonna do that. I think it's asking too much, truth be told, knowing what I know. It's the burden of responsibility.
Yeah. Suppose that's the same with me, too. I don't think I've really had a chance to fully rest since I've gotten the core. I'm constantly on the move.
That core is supposed to represent some change in this world, but if you ask me, the ones that are burdened with carrying it are brought nothing but misfortune. If that's for the betterment of everyone else, well, you be the judge of that, okay? But I'm glad I didn't get bound to that thing.
You were bound to something else, though.
Suppose I was.
She just kind of looks ahead and starts moving.
That you would. And without any further word from everyone else, I presume everyone is keeping pace.
I imagine that whole conversation took at least a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping to catch that fucking frog. Even after that first failed attempt, I'm just trying to kill it with vicious mockery first.
It has escaped your grasp and thus your line of sight. Does vicious mockery require sight? Creature you can see within range. So you're going to need to find this thing again in order to viciously mock it. So I guess roll survival to see if you can track it down. It is just a little frog, so it wouldn't take long for you to find it on a low-hanging leaf, trying to squall over a branch.
Get within range, look at it. You ugly. That vicious mockery.
Okay, cast it.
Yeah. I'm sure the frog will.
You're ugly.
Well, it failed the wisdom save, and you cast vicious mockery upon this thing. Upon calling this thing ugly, you see it would tense up as its eyes bulge out of their sockets. Its mouth goes agape as all of its innards become outers, and it explodes. As the thing has one fucking hit point, and you just dealt 5 psychic to it, and frog viscera would pop on all over the nearby leaves.
This is some good stuff. I gather it.
You gather frog guts.
Pure protein.
Yeah, I'll fly back with my harvest in tow.
All right. It would be around this point, Irithal, with you having your insane passive, just keeping an eye on things. It washes over you first. The distinct metallic tinge of blood would permeate in the air, and it doesn't seem to be coming from the frog that the harpy just killed. It seems to be coming just up ahead.
Is just up ahead near the camp, or is it the camp?
You probably have a good 15 or so minutes to go before you reach the camp, you imagine. But whatever you're smelling is probably within maybe 200 feet at the most.
Just kind of putting a hand out, just like, hey. You guys smell that, right?
What is smell?
What?
You know when a lot of blood is in one place, how it smells really metallic?
Yeah, but I can't smell.
Well, that sounds like an issue.
Out of the corner of your eye, you see the harpy, their fucking mouth bloody from frog guts they're chewing.
Christ.
I was like, oh, and you didn't share? Jeez.
Whatever it is, it's not that. It's a head. Be on guard.
Something may be near.
Is
Or something
avoidance
very
possible?
big is very wounded.
All right. I presume everyone would be carefully moving forward as a group.
Mhm.
Yes.
Within about a minute of keeping a careful pace, the front runners would spot it first. There is a small heap among the ground. It's on top of a large rock, so it's plain to see, but the distance would be closed, and you would spot there are 3 bodies that are bloodily deposited on top of one another. None other than 3 goblins, mangled and lying dead.
Oh no.
Are these the goblins from the camp?
Roll investigation.
I will assist.
Alright.
Roll with advantage.
Can I do a flying swoop around this area to see if there's any predators lying in wait from this fresh kill?
You can roll perception as you do your rounds.
Yeah.
About 14.
You take a closer look at these bodies. And as you do so, At first, they look like the group of 3 that had been sent out to try to find Dana and Felix. But you notice that there are some inconsistencies. There seems to be a difference in clothing. A few of the facial features appear to be off. The hair is a little bit longer than it should be. Like these are poorly made doppelgangers. But 3 goblin bodies nonetheless.
Just quickly, if I can, just quickly looking around, having this horrible feeling of, are we about to get ambushed?
You duck down and wait as you see your harpy friend is making the rounds to try to spot any signs of danger lying in wait. And surprisingly, you would manage to get a good sweep in, now having wised up to the way some of these creatures work here in the wilds. You would find that there doesn't appear to be anything perceptible. No signs of danger.
Yeah, none of these guys are Thimble. That dipshit has like tree sap on the back of his head, so.
Oh no,
I
just
think
feels kind of
another
off.
some form of trickery, maybe?
Bosch did say that basically everything here is trying to trick us.
Oh, Bosch takes a step forward towards this. He would take a rock from the ground, toss it in his hand, and would wind it up with the might that he has in this throw, and would chuck it squarely into one of the corpses as this rock just goes thwap against one of its chests on the dead goblin, and you see its arms flail as though its bluff has been called, for you see all 3 of them would scramble onto the ground, and you see a puff of illusionary magic as you see that these poor imitations are dispelled. And you see 3 of these creatures would dart into the bushes, their joke, cruel as it may be, seemingly called.
Sick little gnats.
You know, with what I did in the cave, I'm surprised I didn't think to do that. Nice call, Obosh.
Let's keep moving. We're almost there.
Dog and that's.
I can see the precipice of that cliff. I reckon that's where all of you are.
Yeah.
And I'm going no further. I'm taking a different direction. This is where we part ways.
Wherever you go.
Well, now that I have what I was out here for, suppose I'm gonna... I think I'm gonna head south.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, south has a few points of interest. If I can find a good place to hunker down, well, I'll be off this continent soon enough.
Okay.
How far are we from that cliff face, by the way?
Couple 100 feet, you think, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and you can get back to the base of those large heliostone gates that you had found.
Could I make a perception check just to try to hear if there's basically activity, if anyone's awake, or if the situation feels off?
It's a bit of a stretch from this distance, but you can attempt it. Go ahead and roll perception.
What vibe do your elven eyes perceive?
Wow.
Of course you crit, you son of a bitch. You see a soft glow, faint as it may be. You strain your eyes, and the glow coming from behind your irises seems to enhance your vision. And you would see that there are the most subtle signs of life coming from the war room. It seems like they are keeping their post, waiting your return.
Well, seeing as we're about to be somewhere safe where we can rest. I'd feel bad if one of my new friends' old acquaintances got injured or worse. And I'm just gonna cast a Death Ward on him. On Obosh.
You cast Death Ward on him, and he would feel that take hold as he would widen his eyes in surprise, and you would see him bow his head in appreciation. Thank you, Erithal. You're one of the good ones.
Darty will go ahead and approach.
I'll let them have their moment.
I feel like this is gonna happen with us a lot. Me finding you and then you leaving again.
Yeah, I got my own way. Hey, say, I got a favor to ask you. You wouldn't happen to have a scroll of legend lore, would you?
I do. I'll go ahead and reach into the bag of holding and pull out one of the two that we have left.
You mind sparing me one? There's something about this stone that we picked up that well, I want to know more about it.
Okay. I'll go ahead and hand it to him.
He takes the scroll of legend lore and places the Eye of Sinadrea down onto the ground, would lay out the scroll, and would begin doing his work. If I recall correctly, this takes about, 10 minutes to cast?
Yep.
Legend
Yes,
lore?
sir.
So, yeah, everyone has a moment to sit down and be at ease while this incantation is prepared by Obosh. And all the while, there is this magical swirl that is forming around the stone. The more it would coalesce around the gem, you swear you can see the faintest trace of an iris at the center point within the stone that is staring at you as you would exchange the stare, as though it is watching, almost beckoning. And after a while, the scroll illuminates, and you would see a arcane halo would coalesce around Obosh's temples as the knowledge is revealed to him, and his eyes widen a little bit as the legend lore was successfully cast, and you see him look down wide-eyed at this thing. Is that so? I have a decision to make, I suppose. Oh, fuck it. He swipes up the stone and would shove it to your chest, Dagny, as he gives it to you.
What?
Keep it.
What did it say?
This Sinadrea is pretty powerful. And these eyes, well, this isn't the only one. It looks like he modeled this off of some waystones off where he came from.
Waystone?
Suppose you were to find one of those praetors, like the one that I was controlling. You could link the stone to one of them.
Okay.
And suppose you get that link, and suppose you're in a life and death situation. You could sacrifice a stone to bring that praetor right to where you're standing. We'd probably destroy it in the process, but to have one of those things in your pocket, now that's an asset.
Yeah. She'll go ahead and put the eye in the bag of holding.
He gives you a pat on the shoulder.
She'll grab him up into a hug.
You would hug Obosh, and he, after a moment of tensing up, would give in and would exchange the hug. You'll be safe, okay?
You too.
With these resigned, despondent eyes, he gives everyone one final look, a nod, and with a single bound would go off in a separate direction, heading south, out of view.
I'm so exhausted.
I did want to send a mage hand with some frog guts off towards Dagny as an offering.
Dagny, you look over and see some floating frog guts that would be meandering towards your face. Yet another trick, so it seems.
Yeah, I smack at it with my cane. Ah!
Oh, you lucky dog.
I assume when they were making all those high-pitched sad sounds that they were hurt. Food makes you heal.
Cobweb, there's the 5-second rule.
There is, as he dives face first into the guts.
I feel you there. That last spell took a lot out.
Come on, let's go. As she starts making her way towards the cliffside.
All right. Everyone would continue their venture back towards camp. This is a good spot to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 8:54 or 50. Yeah, 55. Fuck it, whatever.
Eat.
Alright, I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Funny thing, that's what I'm doing right now.
Alright, I'll be right back. Okay.
But Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up. Reese's Puffs.
You're the Reese's Puff.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our Kwai quota for this session. Well done.
Biling.
You see, everything was going great until Aerithal rolled an at 1.
Exactly.
Open your door!
Open your door!
Open your door! Amazon,
Open your door!
Yes.
why are you so mean? No, really, why are you so mean?
That's funny.
I don't know. You just messing with a bird that's not doing nothing is just.
I mean, not to insult you, but honestly, like you yelling at me for playing the game is kind of rude.
Sorry you feel that way.
These nuts.
Diesel.
Thank you for the passive aggressive answer. Now I have to lay an egg in your chest so my young can hatch and eat you. You brought this upon yourself, I'm sorry to say. Why you bully me? I'm only bird. That reminds me, B-Man. I was wondering, for clerics of Zula like Aerithal, their holy symbol, what is the shape of that? Zula's holy symbol.
Essentially, it is like, think of the silhouette of like the pillar of commandments almost, with a sun aura around it.
Okay. Jeez, that just gives a whole another layer of like oof to the pillar getting fucked.
Emotional, damn it.
No, you have no idea what's going on with it. It's blocked behind sun rays.
The power of the sun is preventing me from seeing.
Pretty much. Ever stare into the sun?
Speaking of the sun, did you hear that a hole has opened up in it that's the size of like 63 Earths or something like that?
Sunspots. Shit happens.
No, it's just the sun opening its eyes for real.
I like to imagine if you get close enough to the pillar, it's just the flashbang soundboard playing over and over and overlapping over itself.
Oh, don't you fucking dare threaten me with a good time.
Yeah. That's just what you hear when you're close enough.
I'm so glad I have you guys turned down for that stuff.
All right. Suppose we're good to continue, assuming all parties concerned are accounted for.
Ian Big.
I exist once more.
Nice. Okay. We will continue. Closing that final distance, everyone would re-arrive back at the old site where the first camp had been established, at the base of that giant heliostone gate. You would take a look and you would find that the remnants of the camp are still plain to see. There's a pile of ash where the campfire once was, and there's a few minor things that were left behind. You would see that there's a tankard that has been discarded near where the
Oh, Jesus.
the tents once stood. You good?
What is with my fucking...
Amazon?
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
I think she's talking to herself, not realizing she's talking to everybody
Oh,
else.
sorry, my ping went crazy. I couldn't hear anything.
Are you okay now?
Yes.
Alright. Alright, anyways. There's a few little bits of rope, even a discarded broken piece of a plate that has been left behind. You imagine that all of the goblins bickering about who stole whose meat has been responsible for this broken piece of cutlery. And you would also find that there is the teleportation circle that had once been fully constructed, has now been almost kicked out of place and destroyed. However, you would notice that a few of the runes in the pieces that still remain are smoldering with this arcane ember material, suggesting that it was very recently used. Although as it stands currently, it is broken. And the way forward would remain unabated. And without anyone declaring any actions, which I assume everyone's good to continue.
Actually, I would like to nab the rope and tankard.
Okay, you get a tankard and you get 2 feet of rope.
Perfect.
Do we see any tracks coming off the old teleportation circle?
Now, this ground has been stomped down flat with a lot of foot traffic, so if anyone came out of this within the past hour or two, then you wouldn't really be able to follow it.
Okay. Go ahead and start moving towards the building.
All right. And with everyone following suit, with Dana and Felix in tow, you can see there is visual relief on their face to be back in familiar grounds. They would approach at what point was the camp, and you can see that there's a bit of concern that would grow on their faces. You see Felix would pipe up. What the hell? Did they move?
Yes, they're inside this building now. We managed to find a way inside. It's a little bit more safer than sitting out here.
Box.
Wait, the Star Place? You guys
Yes.
got in?
Yes.
When was the Evokers must have done it. What was his name? Elvilus? He must have done it finally. I knew he had it in
did
him.
it.
You?
Yes.
Well, I guess your reputation really holds up, doesn't it?
It would seem so.
What was in there? Like, what's we all moved in there, right? What do we have in store?
It's an old war room from before the genocide.
War room.
Yes.
Well, like people planning an assault?
Based on the evidence that we found, it would seem so. There was a lot of collaboration here.
It only makes sense that when genocide would begin, that everyone would come together to try to do something about it.
Yes.
I can't wait to see it. There's a lot we can learn.
Well, you don't have to wait.
It gives you a funny look.
I meant, like, as in, whatever, it was a dumb joke, as he continues walking.
Mm.
He shakes his head and would continue to follow you guys as you would ascend, and would eventually come back towards the edge of the top of the cliff. The edge of the forest is present. You can see the soft glow of a dwindling campfire as there's a small assortment of people still up. It is probably around midnight now, you would suspect. But you can see that there is definitely a good amount of people who are up keeping watch, especially with so many people being still out. And as you approach, one thing you would notice, Cobweb, the 3 small silhouettes near the dying campfire embers. You would see that the 3 goblin knuckleheads that had gone out are back at the campfire. Those cowards never made it out there. Maybe they got scared and came back.
He sort of gasps. You guys scared the shit out of me!
Yeah. You would call this out across the way. You see their ears would perk up as they turn. However, it seems as though they were previously distracted and are still partially so, as the 3 of them, as well as a few other medium-sized humanoid silhouettes, are gathered on the campfire. As you can hear, there is some music emanating from the place. It appears someone is proficiently playing a lute, an enchanting tune that is lifting everyone's spirits.
Well, nice to know they're actually taking comfort in this place.
I just hope it's not the fairies fucking with them again.
If it is, I'm gonna raise all holy hell up in here.
Nadira would crack her knuckles a little bit. Well, if they are, I guess we could find out what roasted pixie tastes like.
Holy shit. That's kind of base, though. Alright, let's go.
Look, it's been a long day, and if I have to punch a bitch, I will.
This one is one way to assert dominance. Eat one
Nadira
of
got
their
real
own
metal
as if they were food.
real quick.
You can see that she is very tired and is thus in a bit of a mood.
Go ahead and walk inside.
You would make your approach, passing by the dwindling campfire. The 3 goblins would turn and would give a respectful bow to Lord Cobweb, blessing them with his presence. And for the few that are still up, they are gathered around the lute player, as everyone would recognize the player, as you would see who has captivated the audience firsthand.
Yeah, Dagny doesn't say anything. She's just wide-eyed in amazement at how proficient he is.
You see his hands flow like water on the chords, as he seems to have the attention of everyone that is gathered. It's a well-needed addition to the place, so it seems. Good music to end the day and ease their troubles, especially since it looks like all of you are returning with Dana and Felix in tow. There would be some recognition, and a few of them would come up and would greet all of you, giving similar greetings to Dana and Felix as they would get a warm welcoming. Idravok, responsible for playing, would look up and recognizes the party approaching, and you can see that there is a smile and a nod from him as he would give you a bit of a head beckoning to come closer.
Yeah, she'll slowly make her way through the gathering crowd towards Idravok.
Kylak and Burzy are among the crowd, and they would quickly give you a greeting as words are exchanged and you bring them up to speed on everything that had happened. Dana and Felix would fill the two of them in on what happened with their patrol and the whereabouts of Adriel, who's still missing following his interaction with the teleportation circle. And off they would go as they would produce parchment to record everything that's happened. As Idravok would greet the party, I was wondering when all of you would return. Good to see you're still in one piece. Everyone here spoke very highly of you.
Good to see you, Idravok.
Likewise. You can see everyone is filing inside of the war room, leaving all of you to reconvene.
To what do we owe the pleasure of your presence?
You don't have to address me like that. I was bound to catch up with you sooner or later. Everything at Point Fireheart seems to be well off, thanks to all of you. And I figured that the good work that you had done there would continue here. And it didn't take long to see that bear fruit.
It did. We've learned a lot of it from this place. I imagine you saw the projection that was produced by the... And she'll look up at the set of lights up top.
He gives a bit of an inquisitive tilt of the head as he looks over to you. Projection?
Yes, it seems these orbs of light, when placed in a certain way, are repositories of knowledge. This one in particular produces what looks to be, I wouldn't say schematics, but a study on the angel.
Angel?
Angelic beings.
Pigeon.
His playing stops.
Alright there, Idravok.
Jazz music stops.
Nobody had made real mention of that.
I suppose. I mean, to actually see it, it's pretty terrifying. But it's there. There was a lot of writing on it, but we couldn't make heads or tails of it. It's in a different language.
Maybe I could be of assistance. Did you have a recounting of this by any chance?
Trying to remember if I took it down in the notes. One moment. Not that one.
If we're stopping here for a minute, I did want to mention that I'm trying to make a necklace out of the tankard and rope.
Okay.
Yeah,
Easily
definitely.
done. It's very primitive, but you have a tankard necklace, if you can call it that.
Oh no, it's not for me. But yeah, while they're in mid-conversation, I did want to perch on Erthal and deposit this necklace around him.
Erithal, you've been anointed very suddenly.
Oh. I accept your gift with grace.
Um, yeah, I mean, I think the only way to really actually see it would be to, well, we have to use the bird. The bird's the only one who can actually reach it. Cobweb,
Hmm?
can you tell the harpy to, use the ball of light inside the, fuck, I'm trying to think of the word, the light fixture that
Mhm.
created the projection.
Chandelier?
The chandelier, there we go.
Yeah, I could try. As he establishes a mental link. Disa, shiny in, hangy roof thing.
One sec. After staring at you for 3 seconds, they'll fly up to the chandeliers and try and fiddle one of the things open.
I presume everyone's heading back into the war room to do this?
Yeah.
Alright. That you would. Idravok would follow.
Always nice to see your friendly face, Idravok.
Same. Times like this, when everyone is so splintered, it's only lucrative that people stick together. Even if I'm not from Highshire, it's important to see that upheld. Which is why I, as nice as it was to lounge around Point Fireheart, ultimately decided to catch up. Off of where you're going, I imagined having a helping hand is only the natural next step. I figure if we can do more to unify all of these splintered people as one, there'd be a greater chance for everyone to come together as one whole people.
Rather than several splintered groups.
Precisely. It seems as though the exodus from the kingdom has cultivated a bit of a fractured unification. People do seem to have teleportation circle networks established, but they are unreliable at best and a arcane disaster at worst.
Oh, we do have someone here who's a wizard with those circles. Sorry, not too much in banter mood, just a little tired. It's been a long day.
I'm sure it has. Everything the people say about you is true. I think a well-learned rest is already warranted. And I presume the Harpy's trying to get that projection back up again.
Pretty much, I'm grabbing one of the a random mote of light and shoving it back into the thing.
Now, bear in mind, you had plucked out the lens, which is a 500 gold diamond, I will reiterate. Nobody picked it up and added it to their inventory, so it's still hanging around here.
Oh,
I thought
Dagny stole it.
I thought Dagny took it.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote it down. Need to
Is
put
it-
that in the inventory.
You wrote it down in your notes, but not your inventory.
Yeah, I meant to do that.
Yeah, try to keep things in Foundry, because if something's, like, not in there, in my eyes, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm putting it in the bag of holding.
So should I put my will to live in Foundry then?
If you have one.
Oh wait, I did put it in the bag of holding. I already put it in there.
Alright. Well, in that case, you'd be able to reproduce it. And if you're looking to assist your Harpy with putting this thing back together, you don't know very much about this sphere. And you can take a look at the components inside, and once again, it is a bit beyond your understanding. You can try to slot this in with the right technique, but you're really grasping at straws here. So if you're trying to reinsert it into the sphere, roll Arcana. Well, I'll be. It takes a bit of fidgeting, but you would keep your fingertips especially on edge and would feel them very carefully for the way it slots and clicks with the mechanism. And it takes a bit of fidgeting to the left, to the right, and applying just the right amount of force. But there would be a flash in the center of the gem as it realigns with the rest of the projector and once again would become fully functional as you see it work to life. Our harpy would retrieve a little orb of light from the fixture, the same one from before since that one had a little port opened up, and would slot it into it. The projector would begin to work to life, and after a few moments, it would project. Now, bear in mind this place is being inhabited by many people from this colony, so when this activates, it would gather the full attention of the room.
Yeah.
Ijavak, looking at this, his stare intensifies and he goes still. He just stares this down for a while as all of the intricate sigils and this weird set of inscriptions found throughout it, his eyes dart around, studying this, and you see a range of micro expressions as he takes all of this in, seemingly understanding what he's looking at. My gods. Seems
What
like they
is it?
didn't. It seems as though they had some sort of plan after all. They were trying to kill this thing for sure.
How would they do it?
Doesn't seem like they have a concrete plan on here as far as I'm concerned. They're just trying to understand what they're up against.
What does it say?
Well-
It details the physiology of these creatures. It looks like
Okay.
they have some intelligence on their internal anatomy, but I'm not sure how they would know that. It seems like these creatures have bones made of heliostone.
What?
That would imply that these creatures are a function of Helios itself.
Function of Helios. But that would mean... That would mean the planet is alive in some way.
Well, these things certainly seem to be the case. I can't say the same for the rest of the planet. Although, it would fit the description. When you think about it. The way aura moves through the veins of those rings. The way it interacts, responds to life. There's not
Sort
enough
of empowers
information.
everything around it when that happens.
Hmm.
Awakens everything. Puts it on alert.
The cipher here details that these creatures have a level of influence on other forms of life unprecedented in their level of influence. Nothing here seems to have a direct counter. It just seems like they're trying to understand. Wow, how did they glean this?
Well, during a previous expedition, we did meet up with a startographer who likened divine beings to celestial bodies. It's likely that these quote-unquote angels are simply extensions of a greater intelligence.
It's entirely possible.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Hello.
Oh, Jesus.
You have been
Oh,
cursed
sucks.
with goat internet.
Sucks to be her.
Fucking ping again.
He would look over to this object here. Now that's curious. Looks like the core you're bound to a little bit. At least some motifs seem to line up. I don't suppose that the startographers that had created this drawing had also been responsible for prototyping your core.
It's possible.
Now, I don't know why this would be on this sheet in particular. It's to understand the enemy. What your core has to do with that isn't really clear. Perhaps this is a rough draft. I can't quite make out any of these circular sigils.
I mean, there's a reason why. Just look at the center one. I feel like we were meant to see this.
Meant to. Like fate?
No. Because there's a teleportation circle in this room. And we definitely have information that would lead us to the Isle of Contempt.
Contempt. To the far south?
Yes.
What are you hoping to find there?
A startographer.
Are you now? Huh.
Yes.
I certainly wasn't ready for this. I have a lot to think about.
Why?
It's just... I don't know. There's a bigger puzzle here, and this is just another piece. But it seems like the more pieces we find, the more complicated things get, and the less we understand.
There's one thing that I seem to be able to glean from this. There's a heavy emphasis in the sigil work on these rings.
As he points to various places on the map.
I'm not sure what sort of connection that gives us, but it might go a long way in identifying future bits of information. I'm not sure if that helps. These runes are way too complex.
Yeah. I mean, the actual depictions themselves are simple, but they refer to a technique that I haven't seen since before genocide. I suppose Highshire hasn't quite caught up on their sigil prowess. They'd rather spend their time developing sermons. Azula, no doubt. I can't fault them for that, but it doesn't help us here.
No.
And through this time, he has produced a blank piece of parchment, and he has been writing down a lot of the scribbles that are shown here, which are, to you, indecipherable, trying to copy them down to the best of his ability. He also started on a lot of these circular sigils. You can see he's having a hard time getting the details just right with his limited ability on a rough pen and quill that he has, but he's making the best of it.
I'll try and assist him in any way I can.
You are able to kind of sharpen the point on his quill a little bit, and through some magical trickery would help with the flow of the ink, which does seem to bring his penmanship up to par. As it would definitely help out, and he gives an appreciative nod. Alright. I think that'll do for now.
Go ahead and take that diamond out and put it back in the bag.
While this was going on, there's a good few number of people in the room that had bore witness to what you projected on to the screen there, and had taken in the entire conversation in silent expectation. And you can see that these people are they're pretty afraid of whatever the hell you were just talking about. They are wide-eyed, looking at the six of you. Well, seven, rather.
What? Don't tell me you guys pissed your pants over a picture.
I mean, we nearly did it ourselves the first time we saw it, Cobweb.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Good. It's nothing wrong with having yellow pants, my lord.
They were white originally, fuck! Anyway...
You hear a call out from one of the goblins that's heard down the hall. Hey, that's why his pants are brown!
Oh, fuck. My people are a genetic dead end, fuck.
Brown pea.
Okay.
Suppose we should rest for now, and in the morning figure out where we want to go next. I figured we might have to take the teleportation circle to the south. It's the fastest way, it seems. But I don't think we should dwell on that now. I'm beat.
I don't even want to think about another portal. Ugh.
Yeah.
I think some rest will do us all some good.
Yes.
You guys go do that. I'm gonna go look for some casks that I can bust open.
Alright, don't drink too much, please.
Huh? I don't have a drinking problem. I drink just fine. And as he walks away.
Dagny will go ahead and just go off to somewhat of a secluded corner and put out her bedroll to sleep.
All right. And everyone begins to hunker down for the night, as it looks like there's enough people that have been constantly moving in and out. There's definitely a good handful that seem liable to keep patrol. So for all of you, keeping watch doesn't seem necessary, unless you openly choose to do so.
I do anyway, because I kinda have to.
Good old sentry's rest.
Yeah.
Of course. You position yourself up in a quiet corner where no one's gonna bother you, and you sit down nice and evenly where you can keep to yourself with a good view of the rest of the room. Given this time of night, there's not a ton of people that are in and out, but you can get a good feel for the goings-on of the wee hours. The rest of your party would see to that they get their well-needed rest. Everyone is laying bedrolls and would tend to their private things. And one thing that you would notice, Destined, is you would spot Nadira is going about business of her own in her own little corner. She's pretty quick to lay out her bedroll, but you can see she feverishly would dig into her bag and, grasping very tight to chest, she would produce the black tome that she had been reading previously and would quickly dig into its pages once again and would begin feverishly taking in its contents. As you can see, her eyes are darting wildly across the pages.
I mean, I guess I will keep an eye on her and until something feels off, like noticeably worrying happens.
Okay.
But other than that, I would actually like to see if I could dig through my memories and if I can find anything else that maybe Ragni said while I was somewhat conscious around him.
Ooh, you're digging for some deep stuff.
Oh yeah.
Ragni's words have had quite an impact on you, and trying to dig deep once again to find anything new that you might have missed the first time around or might have misinterpreted is definitely within your ability, although you are unsure on your level of success. Go ahead and roll history. The DC is not easy.
So yeah, I will use my inspiration for that.
Very well.
So, dink. Dink.
Oh.
Oh. Ah, poo.
You try your best. And the only real words that seem to continuously rattle around is you being destined for greatness, destined for greatness. Your own name, as you've come to adopt it, is just echoing over and over and over again. Try as you might, it just seems to reinforce whatever you've already ascertained, and ultimately, you are unable to get anything new out of it. It's just a bit maddening.
That is unfortunate. But with that being said, anything worrying happen? Does anything worrying happen with Nadira and her reading?
Not necessarily. You imagine that she had been wanting to continue to delve into this book for some time, but given the events of today, the event never quite presented itself. So she's feverishly going about and trying to get what she can. There we go. But other than that, nothing really worrying seems to come to part.
Well, alrighty then.
As for someone else, to our resident harpy, you have plans of your own for the evening. Why don't you roll stealth?
Alright. Oof.
You're intent on studying the nature of what humans do in the wee hours of the night. And as soon as people start setting down their bedrolls, you usually would hop to see what they're doing, but as you go approach, you see that they give you some weird looks, the few that you do try to go up to, and figure, oh, right, they probably need some space for this. So it ends up taking you a bit while longer than you would like. Waiting almost up to an hour before they settle into their rest and stop moving. Their eyes close, and it seems like they drift off into a blissful sleep. Closest to you, Cobweb would be all huddled up in a corner. He is positioned underneath a desk. You imagine he likes his tight little dark corners. Not too far off would be Erithal, who is off in a lofty high point. And Dagny and Nadir are off in the far corner, although Nadira still appears to be upright. Her back is to you as she appears to have a book in hand. But you're free to approach any you see fit.
I suppose the first one I'll approach as quietly as I can, away from prying eyes, is Cobweb.
Okay. Now, given the nature of it being a safe space, everyone's guards are relatively down, and you being able to gently flap yourself don't make so much of a sound. And you would see Cobweb is away in his slumber.
I would like to loom over him for a few moments like a sleep paralysis demon.
I assume I see this, unless he's like invisible or something like that, and I just let it happen.
You're keeping an eye out. Now, you understand this creature is naturally curious and is inspecting how humans work. This is the same behavior it's been demonstrating throughout the entirety of the day and doesn't really strike you as alarming in any way. It's just kind of like a curious cat inspecting a new environment, if anything.
Alrighty then.
It's innocent enough.
After a few moments of looming ominously over Cobweb, I want to get uncomfortably close, squatting over him face to face.
Okay. At this point, just roll stealth for getting near. Cobweb,
yeah,
your passive
my-
perception is...
it's 11.
No, it's 14, actually.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Still, you're not going to beat a 25 as you are off in the bout of your own dreams. And think none the wiser. As for Destin, it seems like this harpy's giving him a sniff. It's this again the same behavior as it's been doing.
Just a thought at the back of my head. She's not gonna like that smell.
Nope. You would get a waft of cobweb, and it's not the most desirable of smells.
I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Oh, 1 second. Didn't work for some reason.
Fireball, 5th level.
That's a wall of text. Christ.
Tech thoughts.
Okay.
Basically, upon peering into his dreams, you see a 10-foot tall cobweb posing for a painting done by a cat person.
How's this, huh? Check that out.
It seems though Cobweb is enjoying a moment of grandeur in his surely true form. His masculine, huge muscles are bulging out of his green skin as he's taking in this artist that's expertly capturing his form on canvas. But the more that this goes on, the more things tend to get a little bit more watery in perception. And you blink for a few seconds as you can see there are vague imagery associated with this, and the vision shifts. At first, the painter disappears, and you can see the paint along the parchment begin to float midair, as though being mixed by water. Next, you would see the canvas disappear as those remnant colors would circle around Cobweb as he slowly shrinks. It seems a bit odd. And finally, you see that there is a brilliant beam of teal light as Cobweb's surroundings shift.
Whoa.
Ayo?
Is it we have reached the nucleus?
Oh, Lord.
You can see Cobweb. His eyes are now shut, and he's muttering something to himself, but he can't quite make it out over the roar of this beam in this huge chamber. He is suspended in this glowing water alone, but you can see that there's almost something ethereal just behind him that has these tendrils, tentacles that are reaching, and the tips of which are making contact with the temples of his head, as if something is making influence with him.
In Domini Patri Spiritus Sanctus.
No, I'm kidding.
Am I able to metaphorically get closer and see what's tentacling him?
You are on the balcony as depicted by the point of vision of this view. You could get closer to this beam for which he is suspended, but it looks ethereal and watery. You'd essentially be flying into a vat of water to get closer to him. You're a good 80 feet off. So if you want to dive into that, it's your own risk.
I suppose first I'll walk around this circular balcony to kind of get a view from all angles.
You do so. And while he does appear to be the only physical figure that is manifested in this weird pillar, there's the occasional shimmer and distortion of light, as though the water itself is accounting for the presence of a secondary figure much, much larger than him. Now, you've seen nothing quite like this ever before, but you do get the rough shape of the creature. And you get a weird feeling as if at least one of those eyes is watching you.
I am curious, so naturally, I'll not go inside the water pillar yet, but I'll get close to it.
Are you trying to be discreet?
Sure.
Go ahead and roll stealth, I suppose. Granted, what you're doing, you're in plain bathing light trying to get closer to this, so it's not going to be easy.
Okay.
Let's make a roll. You would make contact with this weird veil as you feel yourself pass over to the side and can no longer breathe as you are apparently underwater and you feel the edges of your feathers begin to tingle. You manage to get into it, but as soon as you do so, there's a massive shift as whatever is around Cobweb would release its tentacles from the temples of his head, and you would feel something now fully acknowledging your presence, and it's not happy about it.
Just to remind you, I didn't say I'd go in, I said went to the edge of it.
Yeah, but for some reason, there was a magnetic pull that pulled you in.
Okay.
Unwilling.
Okay.
It seems like there is more at play that you were able to realize. And with whatever is watching you, now it has its full attention, you'd feel that this vision would fade as everything taking place is interrupted as Cobweb wakes up very suddenly with a slight tingle on his temples. You see bird friend up and close.
Hey there, Disa. As he sort of puts a finger on her beak, or her face rather, and sort of pushes her back.
Yeah.
What's up?
Fish.
What? You're hungry, or what's up with that?
Head.
Say that one more time for me.
After saying that, I'm turning around and plodding over to let's see. Is Dagny asleep?
Yes,
Yeah.
she is.
I'll go ahead and quietly pad over to Dagny.
Okay.
Why must I constantly be confused? What is this?
It's just the nature of things. Let it happen, man.
But yeah, I'm doing the same thing on her.
Alright. You go ahead and would cast Detect Thoughts upon Dagny this time, and would feel a shift once again, as you can feel there really aren't many thoughts that are passing through her head at the present moment. It's more so emotion, ones of great turmoil, confusion, and indecision. And you would focus as a vision accompanying these emotions would come to your eyes. She's suspended midair in what seems to be a whirlwind of strange dark mist, as though her many conflicting emotions personified. There's an echo of a few different sounds around her, and it's hard to make any sense of it. It's as though many memories and emotions are simultaneously fighting amongst one another for center stage, but none are gaining the upper hand.
Oh. I'm curious. As a dream invader here, could I possibly take one of those interesting things and kind of push it to the forefront.
To try to concentrate on one noise in particular?
Yeah.
Sure. Let's see. Make an intelligence roll to see if you can pull this off.
All right. 10.
There's a few almost familiar voices that you would try to chase after, but there'd be something that would seemingly fade them off, as though many ripples in a pond that are competing with one another. There's one that's stronger than the others that you would ultimately defect to focus on. A repeating, constant pulse. And you decide, let's focus on that one. Try to give that one center stage. And this repeating pulse, with you giving its attention, it would slowly become more and more audible, as you can hear something reverberating with a metallic clang that would keep on keeping on. Eventually, you can hear it. As there's now looking over beyond Dagny's shoulder, having focused on it, something manifests.
Hello?
This tall creature says nothing, but looks over to you. A large glaive in its hand, this stare through its helm is locked on you, dead set.
I suppose have a bit of a staring contest for a few moments, see if anything changes from that.
You would stare this figure down for a good while. It doesn't seem too amused. After a while, it seems to have drawn its own conclusions about you and takes a few additional steps forward, those footsteps now almost deafening. This large glaive is now in both hands.
I suppose I'll go ahead and kind of keep distance and kind of circle around.
You're intent on keeping your distance, but this individual is intent on closing said distance. Roll athletics.
Not acrobatics, just athletics.
You would try to flap your wings to find that in this strange place. Getting ground is almost impossible, so you kind of have to hoof it. As there's this weird puffy ground, if you can even call it that, that interacts with your talons. It's a mixture between flapping your wings fruitlessly and trying to run on this veil. But ultimately, it seems to be in vain.
Hold on.
As you start firmly, and then frantically, as this creature seems to have bested you in this competition of keep away, as it would rapidly approach. And you see this glaive come up and would come crashing down onto you. And just before making contact, you don't necessarily feel anything, but you would hear a scream come from Dagny as she is jolted awake. And Dagny, with your eyes bursting awake, with a flash of the icon of veneration being the absolute last thing you remember in that otherwise haze of a dream, you look to see your harpy companion is looking over you with an equally troubled expression, feathers ruffled.
What the fuck are you doing?
second. I need to check something here. But, B-Man, for the... Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. After...
Like are you just hovering over me?
Yeah, I was doing the thing that did with Cobweb. It's just kind of like looming over you, extremely close, face to face.
Get off of me, you fucking pigeon-toed cloaca cleaner!
You had that one prepared. God damn.
Are you sure you aren't a bard?
I need to go think, so I'll take Wing to the rafters to sleep.
Okay.
Fucking featherbrain, she just angrily turns away from wherever the burb is and tries to go back to sleep.
Before you fall asleep, all you hear is "In Domini Patre." Not kidding. I mean, that's a joke.
Here's I was hoping it was gonna just dream hop between every single one of us, because I thought that would be interesting.
Well, when I have spell slots.
Let's take a look here. What we can do. Aerith, I'll make an intelligence roll.
He did!
Kyo?
Well, that's
Wake.
a shame.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
Well, sucks to suck. Moving on, you would take to the rafters and would find a place where you can lay down something resembling bedding at the juncture of many of these wings, or of these little ring things, in order to get a place to sleep. And you would tuck your wings close to chest, and your eyes dwindle as you too gain some well-needed rest.
Yeah, I imagine the heartbeat's just processing and applying all that shit in their brain during their sleep.
Destined, you would see the harpy is seemingly done with their antics, having two botch levels of shenanigans there, and would continue back on your sentry's rest.
It's just like a somewhat horrified, confused face on the harpy.
Yeah, something like that. You look over to Nadira once again, who is still within her sleep, or within her posture, but you can see that her eyes are now shut, but she's still upright, and the book is still on her lap, as you would trail and see one of her hands following along the contours of the pages, as though she has fallen asleep, but her hand is still going, as though still reading the book. Interesting. You've never seen this tactic to read a book before?
Well, elves are known to do some weird stuff.
Yes, they are. That much you know.
So I guess, in case something like somehow weirder than that happens, like the book just starts levitating and she's like eyes glowing, something weird like that, I'll just stay where I am.
Yeah, she flips to the next page, back 2 pages, forward 3, back 2 again. It's almost erratic, like she's trying to find some particular passage in a general area or chapter. It's definitely some weird elf business. That's your best interpretation, but with her eyes shut and her seemingly asleep, you imagine, well, if she wants to multitask, that's her own business.
Yeah, weird elf stuff.
And with that, the remainder of Patrol 26 would take to their own levels of rest. The night would pass, and everyone gains the benefit of a long rest.
Yes.
Yay.
All right, let's see here.
All right. That brings us to the morning. Everyone would awaken, as with any other morning, with not having to worry about a watch or something interrupting the camp, given the well-fortified place that is the war room. Everyone has a pretty decent sleep, or as decent as it can be for having slept on the floor of a conference room like this. You would notice that Ejabak had been the first one awake, as he is against the large canvas wall where the projection once was, as he is running his hand along it, seemingly studying it, although there's nothing projected currently. Oh, I see. Okay. Alright, how about we take another 10-minute break here?
Okay.
If that's the case.
Is Kyo
All right.
or something?
He's dealing with something.
Hey, sorry about that.
Okay.
It was just the first few steps. Everyone's okay.
Oh, good timing. Well, I decreed a good 10-minute break in lieu of that.
All right, thank you. It was just like first like 2 steps. Someone slippery socks. You know how it is.
Oh, I've been there, done that, and got the T-shirt. All right,
Oh God,
we'll
I've done
reconvene
that
at
myself.
we'll reconvene at 10:06. I'll take a breather.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I was really hoping the harpy would have went into my head. Oh, that would have been something interesting.
Terrify the shit out of it.
Probably.
that he was going to Ohio to get Reese's Pieces and Lifesaver gummies. My balls itch.
What a
Sorry,
sequence
what
of
did I
events
just
that
hear?
was.
I know all of your secrets! I see your inner demons.
Hand your secrets over, motherfucker.
I had millions of racist and offensive messages you send it to our administrators. What the fuck, Gordon?
You're a nasty little sewage boy, aren't you?
Stop!
Spinach! Ha! Gordon, I'm hungry.
Oh hey, Nay still lives.
Racism protocols online.
Yeah, that's Dagny. The most racist gal alive.
Sir?
Sir?
I peer into your psyche and all I find is weakness.
All I see when I look into your psyche is bird.
Me when I'm staring at a small child in the infirmary. Thinking about how soft its head is, where its soft spot is. Just pushing one finger right into it.
Me when I see the crack child in Ready or Not.
No, that's what,
Good lord!
That's what trailer trash single mothers do. They push in the soft spot on their baby's head and use it as an ashtray.
An ashtray? What?
An ashtray.
Why would you need a tray for your ass? What goes into it?
Ass. Duh.
What encouraged this?
It's okay.
Listen, the crack child had it coming. They shouldn't have done meth.
Good lord.
Crack baby basketball.
You're all going to hell.
No, directly. I have an express ticket, baby.
Yeah.
Dude, you'd be... like, there's just a wall for the other staircases.
No. A representative from the others come down and say no.
Grab his dick and twist it.
Oh my god.
Your brother survived. And you'll like
it. To be honest with you, I was half expecting a mind slither come at me as soon as her eyes opened. Protect me.
Yeah.
how grateful we are your father lived.
Your average commoner has 4 hit points, and the Mind Sliver, at least the one she most recently cast, does 8. So it's enough damage to instantly kill your average person, which means it would go into your mind and rend your brain so hard, like instant hemorrhaging, that it would be eviscerated and there'd be blood fountaining out of your nose and mouth. Like, that's not a deterrent, that is a kill shot.
Yeah, she treats it like it's a fucking paper airplane she's throwing at people. It's kind of funny.
Meanwhile,
I mean, considering her trauma, it stacks up. That is going to backfire one day.
fucking meanwhile, destined.
Always watching.
Unblinking, uncaring,
Yeah.
just
watching the
staring.
bird loom over people and have them wake up suddenly twice.
Hey, I saw no concerning things happening.
Just fucking enters Arethal's dream, is immediately fucking smite it.
You fool. I've already planted the parasite.
That's why I cast Begone Thought.
Nay.
Is that just what fucking Thunderclap is essentially?
Thunderclap is when you clap your ass cheeks really hard and the sonic boom damages people around you.
No, Goat, I wasn't asking for your stripper name.
Wow. Fucking thunderclap, holy shit.
That's actually a pretty good stripper name, though. In all
Yeah,
honesty.
not gonna lie.
It is.
That's like the one, what is it? Spontaneous Butte from South Park, where it's that humongously overweight chick. It's like, that's the name for somebody like that.
Fucking classy.
What is it? It's like
CL
it's like
Liz
classy
fucking the
spelled
shit
with
out
a
of the
Y,
A.
where the
Guess we're going to the YMCA.
CA.
Well, I don't know, man. You've been seeming sus lately.
Oh.
That he was going to Ohio.
He said he was going to Ohio.
That was our first mistake.
Yeah, don't go to Ohio. Only crackheads and corn live there.
I have choice words about people from Ohio. There's people from camp that are from Ohio, and, well, I ain't gonna name names, but one of them had a mental breakdown. The other one was, well, he doesn't work there anymore. He had some stuff on his computer that,
Oh.
well, if you know, you know.
Oh.
oh, so he was just an average Discord user.
Oh no! God no!
Discord moderator.
Oh yes, that's correct.
What's on my laptop is of no business to the Connecticut River
No,
Council.
why did my brain think of that? I deserve every time I stub my toe. No, I just had a thought so fucking vile it made me want to, like, do what the emos kid do, but vertically.
Oh, you were thinking of Ohio again.
No, I was thinking about how people joke about Discord mods calling people kittens.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah, yep.
Oh, I think I just did some psychic damage to myself. Fuck.
Congratulations, this is how Mind Slivers cast IRL. I think we're ready to move on.
You mean Discord kittens?
Exactly.
Die.
Anyways, Mind Slivers aside, everyone is slowly awakening, having a well-needed rest. Oh, I need
Oh yeah,
to
I need a
rest.
long rest, like a fuck.
Yeah,
boy.
you're not the only one.
There
we go.
I recovered 4 whole hit point.
Nadira was missing a few.
Oh boy, now I get to cast Fireball up to 5 times.
Aerithal, roll perception. As if you even need a roll.
23.
As if you even fucking need it.
I see all your secrets.
Hey.
You would
It could be
awaken,
hired.
and you feel something tingly within one of your pockets. And just, of course, with that being an odd sensation, would reach in, and you would feel that something is reverberating softly, but not subtle enough to where you can't notice it, as few things get past your sensory, as your hands would produce that strange key that you had acquired at the start of all of these misadventures with Patrol 26, with that strange purple stains on its teeth, and it gives off this soft glow among the metal. A bit mesmerizing. It had quaked, if only for but a moment.
Oh. Huh. Perhaps the one that resides within the realm wishes to speak. Take Dagny's memories. I mean, if everyone's up, I'll just kind of grab some people. The people who do know about it, I'll grab their attention. Let them know, hey, it's being a little fucky.
Glowing.
It's only
What's that?
for a few passing moments before the glow would subside, and it goes inert once again. You're not really sure what caused that.
Hmm.
'Cause. Hmm. Strange. 'Cause. 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 'Cause
Wonder if they want to talk to us.
I don't know.
Perhaps something nearby just caught their interest.
Maybe.
Man, you look tired as shit.
Well, I don't know what the bird was doing, but
It'll be at
was
that moment
I
I'll
will-
swoop down and join these two.
but it has a habit of hovering over sleeping people. It woke me up.
It seems to like to watch.
What?
It was
Oh.
just watching all of you.
Oh no, it
Curious
has
was
an
what it seemed
exhibition
like.
kink.
Well, I prefer it would do it from a distance and not on top of me.
Oh, you guys too?
Well, the bird did it to you.
Yeah.
It did it to me too.
I mean, I don't mind. I woke up with all my, like, limbs, so...
Cobweb, you're the only one that can feasibly really talk to it and it would understand. So try and teach this bird some concept of boundaries.
Yeah, we're still working on personal space. It's gonna be a while.
But yeah, like I said, I'll swoop down to this group. Good morning.
What? Huh?
Learning some words.
Whoa. Oh my god, my star pupil. Holy shit. I don't know if that was a coincidence. Did anyone say good morning?
I don't think anyone here has.
Not yet.
When is
Disa!
food?
Wait, what?
When is food?
Are you speaking coherently right now?
Yeah, it's a bit of a
Broken,
shock
but
as you
coherent.
look over to the harpy that just constructed a sentence.
Pablo pulls up his hand for a high five. Anyone? No? Alright.
No,
Fucking,
no,
I'm gonna give him my
No, it did something. I'm gonna take a thorough examination of the bird, see if something's changed.
Okay. Roll investigation as you give it a once over.
23.
There's nothing inherently different about it, at least physically. It has the inquisitive as ever eyes that are exchanging your glance, and it gives a bit of a bird-like tilt of the head, seeing if what it just spoke is, well, correct, if it made sense. It looks like it just took a shot in the dark.
Could you talk like this the whole time? I say to the bird.
Bananas fart on Sundays.
Yep,
Okay.
it was a fluke.
Fascinating.
Well, hold on. That question may have been a bit too complex. Disa, talk good now?
Absolutely
I'm
fascinating.
just gonna fucking touch the bird. Alright, enough of this. I'm gonna cast this.
Okay.
Oh shit!
Just straight up, if it speaks, we know what it's trying to say. I'm going under the assumption that when it tries to convey complex ideas and shit.
So how this works is the rough sentence structure is still going to come out of the harpy, but its intent for what it really means to say will be made known to your minds as those rough words are received. So go, whatever's coming out of your mouth and what you intend to say, you can specify both.
Okay. But in answer to Cobweb, I talk better.
Did you guys hear that? I understand. Even without the juju, I totally understood that.
I think that's kind of the intent.
Oh, well, I mean... Yeah. But this is great! I mean, you know.
Perhaps spending time with us has taught it and satisfied some of its curiosities.
I mean, but like in a day and a half? Holy shit.
That
She
is
might have
quick.
like a decent, well, like an actual sizable talent for language.
Well,
Either way, that spell's not gonna last long.
well, she's been around multiple talking people. People
I
who have the
watch.
ability to talk.
Long time.
Yes, well, if you're expected to blend in as well as you can, you're going to have to learn some boundaries. Like, me waking up with you on top of me? That's not a good thing.
Your hair is the color of pee.
Oh god, my fucking gut. You're in a point of inspiration.
Absolutely fascinating.
And your feathers are the color of shit. Whatever. I go over to each rock.
We should see a doctor if you're shitting gray.
No, I said your feathers are the color of shit.
Yeah, it's gray feathers. Never mind.
Bird
Whatever.
shit.
Ah,
I mean,
fair
like,
enough.
I suppose.
I walk over to each rock.
He has turned an eye to the inane conversation taking place, but hasn't broke his concentration, as it were.
Dog is mean.
Cast a spell and I can't even get my fucking name right.
But you can make your approach as you see fit.
So, it seems you've given it some thought. And what kind of decision have you come to?
He would gaze into the blank parchment for a while. Maybe I haven't quite come to a definitive conclusion until I know more about all of you. I'd like to know more about what you hope to achieve at the end of all this. Once you find the Startographer. Once you find whatever means you need to reclaim your home. What's your endgame exactly? What are you hoping to achieve?
Peace.
Peace is a point of view, Dagny. It can mean many things. Peace in your eyes may be unacceptable circumstances to another. What happens when the Startographer tells you something you don't want to hear?
I argue for another solution. Try and think of another way.
Arguing is only semantics, Dagny. What if your idea of peace is impossible?
It's not the first time I've heard someone talk like this. What are you trying to get at?
As I said, I don't exactly have a definitive conclusion. I'm just trying to understand multiple potential futures at the same time.
The Harpy is going to abruptly chime in. Penguins will steal jobs from the oppressed community.
Right, and like those poor penguins, there may be oppressors yet for whatever's to come. I kept my distance from Highshire because I didn't want to get involved in their affairs, but as you can see, fate is a fickle bitch, and here I am.
Yes. Suppose in the end, reclaim the city, put the Auroran Dawn at bay, and figure out how to stop them.
Auroran Dawn?
That's what they call themselves.
His eyes would flutter for a little bit. He's considering what you just said. How did you surmise that's what they're called? Did one speak?
No, an old friend of mine. He's been on the run for a little bit, keeping away from the Starfallen. Or the Aurorans, at least.
Oh, Bosch has a ponytail.
Oh, Bosh.
He was controlling one of the Paetors and was trying to protect the city and stop the one that was attacking the city.
Well, that is... okay. So that would explain the connection between him and them.
Yes?
So that must be why...
Why what?
Huh.
Did you see him?
No, I wouldn't know him if I... Actually, I might have. I don't know who he is, so I suppose if I did, I wouldn't...
He's a half-orc.
I haven't seen one of those in a while. But I suppose, as I was saying, that would be why there would be two praetors fighting one another during the time of the siege of your kingdom. One of them for these Aurorans, as you've called them, and other is for this Obosh friend of yours. One fighting on behalf of Highshire, and one fighting on behalf of whoever else.
Yes. That other praetor, when it was approaching the gates of the city, it had said something. I don't know if we told you that.
I don't think so. What did it say? I'm surprised they can speak at all.
Hear me, lowborn of the walls. By the will of the Twin Kings, we are humanity, and we have come to see this world freed.
Oh, that's foreboding. Frankly, I don't have a damn clue what any of that means.
Well, we have some inkling.
I can surmise why they would attack Highshire.
At some point in the future, I do believe Patrol in 26 will come in contact with the Second King.
Then maybe we should keep moving on until this king presents themselves. To think that there's humanity other than Highshire that survived, that's quite the claim. But it makes sense, doesn't it?
I mean, there's a reason why they attacked the city. Because of the power within it. What lies beneath it, at least.
And why do you think they want that?
Because of what's contained inside it. Or what's trapped behind it, at least.
But power is means to an end. What do you think it is they want to do with that? They wouldn't just go after without reason, surely.
Think to finish what was started, at least.
A rather vague answer, but...
I don't know, but... one thing's for certain. We need to find a way into the city and break that seal before they can.
Right you are. And you'll have me by your side through and through.
So you'll come with us.
I will.
Alright.
The Harpy...
Being as that's the case. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just jokingly, wait. The Harpy will nod sagely, as if they're extremely wise, and then say, Blue sleeps faster than Tuesdays.
Even with the power of speech, this thing still doesn't make sense.
Oh, the simple joys of nonsense. I can see why you kept this creature around. Comedic relief.
Oi, oi. She's got a name now.
Does she?
Yeah, well, I've been calling her Deeza. I don't know what you guys have been calling her.
Deeza. I'm just surprised you had the gall to gender the creature properly.
Huh?
You did
How
do
do you-
that, right?
I mean,
How do you
it's-
mean?
Creatures can have discerning means to whether or not they are male, female, or otherwise. Surely you have taken the steps to properly identify the sex of the creature.
I'm just gonna very obviously point at the very obvious feature on the harpy.
You would do so. And Ejabok shakes head a little bit. Are you certain, though? Many creatures can have deceiving features.
Well, I'll leave
Bird.
you two to figure that out.
Do you lay eggs or no?
One second. That's confusing. That sentence. Kind of cocked my head. I eat eggs.
Do you lay them? Have you had children?
Children?
Hatchlings.
Yes, hatchlings.
No.
Well, I'm not gonna be the one to go poking around. That's up to you guys.
Absolutely not.
Well,
Instead
okay.
of detect magic, it's just detect gender.
Well, I mean, at any rate, if they turn out to be a male, then we can call them Dis. It means the same thing.
Detect gender. Straight from the archives of the great Tumblricus. Anyways, Idribok would shake his head at the nonsense and would gesture towards the room containing the teleportation circle. Well, I suppose moving on to more serious affairs, I did take some time to take a look at the teleportation circle. It looks like they've wiped what was there and replaced it with a link back to Point Fireheart, but it does seem that they have recorded the original sigil leading towards somewhere they've yet to label. Indeterminate was the terminology they used. The question is where it may lead. We could take a gamble in wherever that may go, but truly we don't know where it will lead to, so this could be straight into the heart of potentially hostile territory. Assuming, of course, that it even works. If it doesn't, and this is an incomplete sigil, it could rend your forms across space-time, for which you will be obliterated in every way that is known to the arcane.
Ashes on wool.
Well,
Although I did just have a fleeting glance at it, perhaps, Dagny, you being a wizard, you may be able to glean more from the sigil if you were to take a closer look. It seems as though people here aren't as keen on studying it yet. It seems like establishing a perimeter was the objective of yesterday.
yeah, I'll go ahead and take a look at the sigil.
You approach the sigil. They had done careful work. It seems like they had used Arcana to perfectly capture the image of the original sigil and thus transposed it onto a parchment that is laid on the wall for all to see in very fine detail. So if you wish to study it and try to ascertain where it might lead, roll Arcana.
$12.
Oof. Anyone want to help her out?
Yeah,
Don't worry,
Cobweb will.
Harvey's helping.
Cobweb will lend his knowledge of sigils and the like.
Okay. I'll say through a combined effort of Harpy and Cobweb, you may roll with advantage, Dagny, given that Cobweb has an expertise on sigils in particular.
Keep in mind, I'm not actually helping, more like just pestering. Though I am talking to Dagny.
You're more so like comedic encouragement to lift the spirits.
Like, while I'm trying to steady it, I'm just gonna use prestidigitation under Burb's nose to make the foulest smell under their nose.
Burb, it appears someone has farted for real.
Smelly poop.
Why is that so, why did I find that so funny? God damn it, I'm mad at myself.
Sorry, the monkeys scared me pretty bad.
No, dog poop pants. Gross.
I hate myself.
That had no business being as funny as it was.
It really doesn't. I'm angry I found that funny.
I think it was the emphasis on both the P's and poop.
It's the delivery. God damn it. Anyways, Dagny, you take the time to study this sigil, and at first you're struggling, and given what Ichivok said about being ripped across space-time, it does not instill confidence in you. If you don't have 100% certainty, you're really dissuaded from trying to tempt fate. However, you would cross-reference this with the sigils that you do know, and use them to discern direction. You've been able to see how directions and places on Helios relate to one another, thanks to being in contact with the Cartographer Corps for so long. And through cross-referencing that and noticing certain motifs in these sigils, you're able to surmise that this sigil in particular for this teleportation circle goes relatively along the same axis as the war room, although directly due south to an unknown degree.
I'll go ahead and relay that information to Idravok.
Well, if the information around here of the Isle of Contempt is as accurate as ever, then at least that is a promising prospect to land where you want. It could be in that general area, or it could be somewhere across the seas, somewhere uncharted. I guess we won't know until we go there, but I'd say one of these locations is more likely than the other, given the documentation here.
Yes.
But I'm not one to call the shots. The decision is ultimately up to you, 26.
Like, I just look to the others. Say, it's the only lead that we have towards Genesis.
Was south the direction we were intending on going anyway?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, couldn't hurt.
Look at Erithal and Nadira.
It's the only lead we got, like you said.
Boy, chopped liver I am.
Yeah,
gives you a bit of a nod of the head. Well, I mean, it makes sense, right? Taking the risk, at least for a place like this. I don't think they would just have an incomplete sigil laying around. I mean, everything here seems pretty intelligent in the way it's made.
Yes.
It's not like this circle was interrupted or anything. It was pretty intact.
It was.
Either way, with the significant importance of this room, it is going to be at least as important as what we've found here. Because they obviously wanted to go to it and back and forth.
Yes.
Maybe some sort of forward operating base for the Startographers themselves.
Or one in particular.
Only one way to be certain.
Right.
What will you do, 26?
Well, the runes don't lie. I suggest we go with Dagny's plan.
Alright. Dagny will go ahead and start doing work to put the other sigil back on to the teleportation circle.
You do so. You clear off the way back to Point Fireheart and would insert the copied sigil to go into this direction, the original one found in the war room. And within 10 minutes of time, and making sure that everything is recreated perfectly, you're confident that the original sigil has been restored and the direction is clear.
All right. It's ready.
Cobweb sort of looks over at the goblin trio.
You fuckers better be at least twice as big by the time I get back.
The goblins who had been off fighting over who's gonna get the biggest share of the next meal look over, and they're all scared initially that they're in trouble, but see that you're just wishing them well, and you see a few frantic nods. Oh, yeah. See, I'm gonna get the biggest meal, I'm gonna grow the biggest, and then I'm gonna be a lord myself, and that's gonna be that.
Ah, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. It's obviously gonna be me. It's not about how much you eat, fat ass. It's about how you use it.
Yeah, you're both wrong, by the way. It's about what's in here, as he pounds his chest.
Oh, shit. All I got is heartburn.
Well, that's a start.
Oh, it's a good thing. Alright then.
Oh, I don't know. Well, alright. Anyway.
Yeah! Pain is weakness leaving the body. So suck it, Dimble.
Damn straight.
Whatever.
Alrighty, you guys ready to kick the door open?
Yeah.
Your kids
All
are
right. Idravok would align with all of you as the teleportation circle would stand before you, ready to be used.
Yep. Go ahead and step on it.
All right. The chalks would illuminate with their latent arcana, ready at your command.
Yep.
Throwing the switch?
Yes.
All right.
Dagny, if this kills us, I'll kill you.
Can certainly try.
That's a challenge if I've ever heard one.
It is assuming whatever on the other side of the circle doesn't kill us first. Assuming it isn't some giant monster or perhaps more of the Aurorans waiting to jump. My attempts at humor are best left unsaid. I apologize.
Yeah,
Quite
Idravok,
alright.
you're also incorrect. We've got a giant monster of our own.
Words, la la la, pew, twang, pew.
Exactly.
I perhaps couldn't have said it better myself. In any case, shall we?
Yes.
Oh boy, here we go.
Dagny, you throw up the necessary incantations as the teleportation circle would hum to life, as the chalks would illuminate with the arcana you would infuse with them. And with a flash, you are somewhere else.
Whoa, okay.
Within an instant, you are in a much different environment, as a decrepit, almost classroom laboratory environment is before you. There is a very decrepit teleportation circle that is etched into this destroyed flooring. As you can see that there are papers and various 2x4s and upturned benches and desks turned about. To the far north, there is quite the object of your attention, as there is some sort of arcane circle, a field, if you will, that seems to have its contents completely frozen in time, as there is a large portal gate that is brimming open with power as enormous tentacles are coming thrusting out. Caught within the grasp of the tentacles seems to be a halfling inside of some sort of mechanical contraption that seems to give him a bigger prowess, although this fight seems to be actively losing on his behalf. There are 3 arcanely inclined figures to his left, as you can see that these may have been the people responsible for whatever was taking place here. Towards closer to you, to the immediate right, there is a strange cloak that is floating on its own volition as though worn by an unseen opponent. And it appears to be actively enforcing some sort of sigil that is engraved into whatever is over here on these... Okay, it's kind of loud. Let me turn that down. Hopefully that's better.
There we are.
And upon there's a flash of you arriving, this floating cloak would be startled as a shockwave would emanate throughout this area as it takes a startled step back as what it was doing appeared to be careful work, as the sigil it was creating would fail, and a rush of energy comes pooling through the wall.
Okay.
Destined and Nadira, dexterity saving throws.
Yes.
You're controlling Nadira.
I am. She rolled pretty good, 19.
I do think it's funny that you announced it like she was actually...
Let's go, that one.
Oh!
This is a very strong blast if it can knock back me.
Okay.
Yachts, damn.
As for everyone else, this thing is just out of reach, and there'd be an instinctual backup. And Nadira would dive out of the way as she would duck and tumble. As for Destined, you're not so quick on the draw, as this strange, pooling, magical tear in the air would rip through you as you're a little slow to get out of the way, and you feel its influence all around and through you. And you feel this awful sensation on and through your very core, even on your keystone, as you are slow to walk out of this area of influence. And you feel a bit sluggish as you take those steps to get out of the way. And there's an awful sound as you would take those steps. Everyone would see that on the spot, Destin's appearance has changed a little bit. The shininess in his metal has deteriorated, and spots of rust have begun to bite into the edges of his metal. Destined, you feel your plates would clatter a little bit as your chest plate is stuck partially open. As you take a look at your plates, and you can feel that you just aged approximately 50 years.
Jesus!
Cool.
That's actually instant death for Goblin.
Wow.
I mean, all that happened, I just got a little bit louder is basically all that happened.
You can feel that there's definitely some tuning that needs to be done in your chest, as those plates are not so easy on the glide anymore, and they're currently stuck partially open, revealing your keystone. There's a small crack in it. That's new.
Ooh. Does anything interesting leak out, or...?
You look, and there's a bit of a thin red mist that would just very lightly leak out, but it doesn't appear to be anything substantial. However, further damage to the stone may cause some unwanted effects. Everyone would turn their attention towards this crack, this temporal anomaly, to see that the floor has aged considerably more for the boards that are within this. And you would look under the table to see that there is in fact a skeletal corpse that is all but turned to ash from the age it has sustained. This perhaps is not something you want to touch under any circumstances, especially those with shorter lifespans.
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping my distance, like moving to the far side of the room.
So since we have two people who would probably die to this, I'm just thinking about the three elves who will age like nothing will happen. They will look the same.
Like if Erithal steps in it, he'll just get like a 5 o'clock shadow. That's it.
just a couple more bags under his eyes.
I see all. And I'm tired of seeing.
Idribok speaks up. Shit, that was quite the welcome.
just kind of look over to this starry cloak.
You can see that its work to potentially contain this temporal anomaly has been in vain, and it does not dare step back into it, as it would fly over towards this desk and begins fumbling with a few things.
Well, I would assume that it didn't fail because we showed up. It probably failed because he seems like it's been doing this for quite a while.
Cobweb, seeing the chest plate of Destined, looking at the temporal anomaly, he puts two and two together and is now mumbling, "No, no, 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 no," as he's backing away into the far corner.
Is there anything we can do to help?
You see that the 6 red dots that are collared on this floating robe would flicker for a moment as it seems intent on shuffling some papers around, as though it has been specifically regimed to do so. It ultimately looks like it's just making a mess, but it is not responding to you.
Yeah, I'll very carefully go ahead and make my approach, like avoiding any weak boards and holes.
Okay. Everyone can roll perception as you take in your surroundings in greater detail.
So, instead of that, or in addition to that, this may be a foregone conclusion, but I would like to do my, where is it, Divine Sense.
Okay.
It's probably stating the obvious, but you know, who knows?
Celestial, fiend, or undead. I see. Okay. Okay.
Do you still want me to do perception, or is that like a substitute?
Roll perception. We will incorporate the additional pings in there in just a moment.
There we go.
Yeah.
Although there's nothing outright that comes from the portal, you would suspect that whatever is on the far side of this is something ghastly in nature. Just from your senses being attuned to forces of good and evil, fey, celestial, undead, or otherwise. Whatever they were trying to do here, you think based on the frozen in time individuals within this circle here, this was definitely something that had gone apparently wrong. You would get a ping of celestial blood coming from the blue-haired summoner that is within this bubble here. And with the perception roll, we'll consider it a group roll. Everyone takes in their surroundings. And having a heightened sense for what's going on here, the group would notice, particularly just right here, just north of Dagny, that there is some decayed boards. And just beneath those boards, a few feet down, underneath hard stone, there is yet another sigil. It looks much like the one that the cloak had been trying to inscribe, although this one looks to be more complete. Although based on the poor quality of the chalk, it's extremely fragile. If someone were to step on this fractured board, it would fall, land on that sigil, and would summarily fail, potentially garnering more unwanted effects.
Yeah, I'm very decidedly going to avoid that hole. Kind of crawl under this this table if I can.
You can. Definitely easy to just clamber over it.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I will approach.
You Spoke up, goat.
Oh, yeah, I did want to say that I'm taking flight because this floor doesn't look great, and just fly up in the air around here.
Okay.
I am going to stand right here, which
You
it would be very smart.
You hold firm on ground that you know is secure, not wishing to cause any more disturbances.
I'm not going to take any chances.
But yeah, as I'm flying up into the air, I'm calling out, "Tentacles! Just like in Bob's head!"
Bob?
Cool.
Hmm.
Because you said I sensed some celestial blood in the, blue-haired. For the time being, let's go with Elf Lady, because of the pointy ears.
Yep.
Yeah. Am I able to tell if it is an ASMR? With my previous history?
Having very limited knowledge on a being like that, you can't get a definitive read. If they are, you imagine it's only in part. They're definitely not a full-blown celestial, but there's a sliver of it in there.
That's kind of what an ASMR is, but okay.
Not in the way. Well, for one thing, you have limited understanding on what that race is.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if I knew that, but yeah.
And for another, like, you feel like you would have a good, decent recognition with this ability. It's only like a sliver. So maybe there's some experimentation they were doing. It's just subjective, but they're not a full ASMR, is the conclusion.
Okay. Well, it's either that or she's got something interesting in her pocket.
Either way, they are beyond this weird spatial bubble. You can notice that the energy that is frozen all of these creatures in time over by the tentacle portal and the one by the rift that just aged you, Destined, they're much of the same, at least to the naked eye. One is moving very vibrantly and fluidly, the other is almost not moving at all.
I would have to get closer, but I don't think I can get closer unless I can teleport or jump really far.
I mean, you could take a waltz over to where Dagny is and scoot over the table, but I mean, it's a risk for you to take.
Yeah. I'm not gonna risk it. I think that is probably the smartest thing I could do.
Yeah.
Like, this cloaked figure has their back to me, correct? As they're ruffling through the papers?
Right. You can see the papers are animating almost on their own as it would focus its attention on it. You can see the subtle phasing of several mage hands that are being produced by it, as though it was instructed to organize papers. And you can see there's a good sum of very similar papers that are cast among the ground. Most of the ones in the ground are indecipherable in whatever contents they once had due to age. Considering that genocide occurred over a century ago, how the ones in the ground here are all but organized square puffs of dust and are no longer even sheets, it's safe to say that there's the potential for danger even where you're stepping right now. These papers, however, are less aged, intact, and are being moved around by the cloak. Now that you're looking at the cloak, it almost seems like this has been animated by some undisclosed master to perform a certain task, as mentioned, but it's really hard to get a feel for what that is, considering all it's doing is just shuffling shit around.
I'm gonna go ahead and try and take a look at the papers it's shuffling through.
Okay. You would take a look, and you would see that a lot of this are rough notes. You would get just a glimpse of one of them as it holds it up for a second before slapping it back down onto the table. And it has many mentions of conjurational theory. You would surmise that maybe this was some sort of thought process that had been written down as to create gates to other places, the nature of which has yet to be fully explored. An experiment.
Conjuration theory. Experiment gone wrong, it seems. This theory was correct. Seems they were trying to open a portal to different place. And there must be a way to reverse it. Why it's messing with this temporal plane remains to be seen.
Anyways, I think we'd all like to get away from the aging ray.
Does it pick up any papers that are relating to time at all?
Just at a glance, without swiping one of these papers out of its grasp, just the quick glimpses that you can get from it, it's all relating to not temporal like you were hoping, but more so spatial theory, conjurational practices, and equations that, in theory, may assist in reaching other places along Helios, or even to extraplanar travel.
Okay. Fuck it. Dagny very hesitantly is going to, like, put her hand on this cloak's shoulder, trying to get its attention, I guess.
You would lay a hand to try to get its attention, but find that it is not keen on your contact and would shift aside.
Okay. You said a lot of these papers on the floor were already aged, correct?
Yeah, most of this, you can see how deteriorated and cracked and powdery they look. You feel like even if you tried to pick one up, it would just disintegrate in your hands. You'd notice, too, the wood here is particularly aged. A lot of these countless jars that may have been components in their experiments here are all but rotten into little gnarled pieces of dust, mostly along this shelf and this shelf. Even the glass appears to be cracked and partially deteriorated. You also notice there's looks to be a pumpkin that has been carved to make a face, which does not appear to be inherently aged. If anything, this thing should have deteriorated into slop many times over before any of the wood aged. It's curious how those have persisted.
I mean, it doesn't seem like there's much I could do.
Seeing as the pumpkin is the only thing that hasn't visibly aged, Cobweb is going to basically walk up to it, stare it in the eye, mean mugging it.
What's your secret?
You look down at the scary illuminated face and try to ascertain its secrets. Roll Arcana.
Oh boy. I've got advantage though, Storm Rune. Let me see.
Hey.
Roll Arcana. It replied.
with my -1. Let's go. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Okay. Flat 10. Let's go.
You can see there's a bit of a shimmer along the skin of this pumpkin, suggesting that there has been something treated with it to prevent the bite of age, to prevent entropy in some way. Or maybe it's more of a scientific approach, something that prevents it from rotting, like a preservative. It's hard to say exactly what it is, but it looks like these may have been early experiments.
Fuck. As he sort of goes to pick it up.
You pick up the pumpkin, and its glow would haunt you very subtly. You can see that there's a candle from within that is lit by a magical wick.
Probably puts it under his arm. He's gonna be carrying it around just in case.
All right, you have a magical jack-o'-lantern at your disposal here. You can add that to your inventory.
The infinite jack.
Okay. Seeing that Dagny is not really accomplishing much there. Harvey will go ahead and screech out, "I'm hungry, I'm bored, chase, chase, chase!" And then I'm swooping down at the cloaked figure thing.
What are you trying to do exactly? Just like
I want to grab
land.
it.
All right. Roll. Make a grapple roll.
Alright. I believe that's athletics.
Yes.
Not the best thing, but I'll try.
It would sense your approach and would quickly crumble into a ball. It would shoot across the room, seeming to dodge the obstacle before it would continue. Its mage hands would grab at nothing on this desk, as though almost programmed to organize something that is no longer present.
It's nonsensical. I'm gonna get closer and take a thorough look at the papers it was shuffling through.
Okay.
Well, no. I don't think it's nonsensical. I think that it was programmed to look after this place. The evidence that we have suggests that whatever's causing this anomaly, the summoning rather, or spatial magic. Somebody had a failsafe. I believe this was it. I don't know how that helps us though.
No. The only way to figure that out would be to find Genesis. It's not in this room. Is that door open?
Idravok would try the handle. Seems so.
Alright, let's go ahead and get out of here. She's taking the same path she took to get over to that area and head over towards the door.
Careful to avoid the easily disrupted sigil below the floorboards you would exit. You do get a glimpse at those papers, and it's just additional theory. It's a bit beyond you because this seems to be pretty advanced. It's all within the field of conjuration. It's within links of establishing different gates in different locations, how to link up two circles, how to take one circle and project it to an estimated location, how to precisely calculate where this secondary gate would pop up on the other side, and if there's any extra dimensional slingshots that can be used to propel someone from one location to another. It's all pure theory, but the implications are fascinating.
Conjuration, they're trying to summon something.
Stupid curtain. And I'll fly off to join them.
All right.
So theoretically, are we assuming that the cloak is the one that's keeping the spell up, or is it just watching over the building because the spell is still up? Because it seems like it's just animated.
You can surmise by now that this seems to be a construct that has been programmed to fulfill a certain task, and how it darts around from paperwork to desk to maintaining sigils. You would surmise that this thing is something of serves a clerical purpose on keeping notes in the relevant places and doing just general maintenance work on everything that's within here. Considering how aged the floor is, but how the teleportation circle is still up, you think that this cloak figure may be responsible for the fact that you were even able to teleport here at all. Although you look over at the part of the circle that has been encompassed by the temporal rift and find that the chalks have long decayed beyond use. You are now stuck here.
Oh, looks like we're hoofing it all the way back.
Horse.
Let's go.
Alrighty.
Is everyone exiting out the building?
Yes.
Sure.
All right. Everyone would take their leave. Idravok opens the door, and everyone files out one by one to find that it is in the midst of early morning, and you are on top of what appears to be a circular precipice of something larger.
Whoa!
Hole.
Interesting.
You would come out into the open air and would see a wonder before you. The Isle of Contempt, without doubt, given the strange formation of this civilization that is before you. An enormous crater surrounded by the sea heading further south. You would look and see that within the crater is dotted throughout a whole range of buildings. It seems as though this is an entire society that is protected within the mouth of this crater. And you are around here on top of one of the mountain peaks. You would look further towards the center of the place to find that it would descend into this inky void that descends into the earth. It has this purple miasma that is leaking up into the atmosphere and distorts the very air before it. Something magical, undoubtedly. It looks similar to the magical influence that was within the laboratory you were just in a second ago.
Wait, you said purple.
It's a bluish, purplish hue.
Okay, I'm at this point considering how large this crater is. Does this remind me of that same crater that's up in the north?
Roll intelligence.
Come on, baby.
It's big break time.
Ah!
Considering you have never seen the crater up north, only from the view of the cartographer corps, it's hard to be certain. Now, you've heard of giant impacts before, so it's not unreasonable to assume this is just simply one of them. But either way, there's something at play with the field that's present lower down that is not currently known to you. It's something of a mystery. Either way, this is the place you were intending to go.
Okay.
This city is a bowl.
Yes. And we have to find Genesis wherever they are. Is there a clear path down from this lab?
You take a look and there's some pretty rough stone. Age has definitely claimed the rough path that was cut here. But you definitely can see that there is a safe zigzag that leads into the crater proper.
I'll go ahead and point it out. This way. And I'll start making my way.
All right. And I imagine everyone is following suit.
E. Cobweb's keeping a close watch.
All right. Round of perception rolls.
I am fighting the psychopathic urge to maintain trip somebody.
Oh, come on.
Ooh.
Hey,
What the fuck?
Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
I have special eyes.
my eyes are specialer.
My age has made me see much more clearer than normal.
I swear to God. Kyo.
Sorry, I'm zoning out.
Perception
What's going
check.
on?
Perception check, honey.
Fuck, maybe I need a cup of coffee. 13. Oh, even Aerothol's feeling it.
Well, it's a group roll, so everyone is relatively about their wits.
Don't worry, guys. The teleporter only took me out a little bit.
You, as a group, would wind down this path and would pass by many abandoned buildings, as it appears within this crater is an entire society unto itself. There's no inherent signs that there is a continuance beyond the precipice of the crater here. It seems like this, at a glance, is something of an isolationist society. As for this giant drop into the earth with this weird field emanating out from within, hard to be certain as to why that's there. But one thing that is curious, it does leak into the buildings at various parts. You can see certain parts of this area, the buildings are completely crumbled and decayed, nothing more than foundations. It's as if there's nothing but just hardened sand, if anything. And overgrowth is completely overtaking what little there is. Other parts of this place have this complete contrast. There are buildings completely intact, absent from so much as even a crack or speck of dust. You would notice among some of these buildings, there are lights visible from within through windows, as if the occupants were still home.
I'm guessing maybe that little summoning circle in the lab is probably a byproduct from this.
It's possible.
One hell of a byproduct.
Nevertheless, if we can try searching in some of these uncracked areas, I may narrow down our search.
They laugh and scream and dance and flee.
Actually, yeah, probably.
Should at least try approaching one place. See if they know of a startographer that's here.
Alright.
Can I vibe check the bird to get further meaning into what the fuck they're saying?
I guess so. I think it's been less than an hour since that spell was cast, so as far as ascertaining meaning from whatever the hell they're saying, you can still get it. So, if you want to explain your intentions.
I'm talking about what I imagine happened to the humans who live here. They laughed, they screamed, they danced, and they fled. As in, they lived here and laughed and danced and had good times, but then bad times come and they scream and flee. Like you guys.
Not a bad assessment.
Alright.
Is anybody else getting the willies? I don't know.
Yeah, this place has me a little on edge.
I guess if we're still making our way down.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Could I try closing my plates? Even if I have to, like, force it a little bit?
Roll strength.
Cool. Watch me fail. I know it's gonna happen. Just save? Yeah.
It's a check.
Ooh, check. That could be better.
You make little progress, but it's a little bit less than you were hoping. It's still open slightly partially.
I mean, is it closed enough so unless somebody was like standing right in front of me, they couldn't tell what was that is a keystone?
If someone were in front of you and had gotten close to you to have a talking level conversation, they would be able to peek within and see firsthand what's inside.
Okay, that's better than nothing.
There we go.
Maybe Jenny is inside the soup.
Earthel's gonna take like the little cloak that he has and offer it to Destined.
I do have one, but it is a piece of shit.
If you're really intent on hiding that thing here,
it would probably be smart. So yeah, I'll take it, and I guess I don't know, like poncho it or something. I don't know.
You have gained green poncho. Earthal has lost green cloak.
All right. Dagny, remind me what you were intending to do.
Trying to approach one of these houses that have been unaffected by the miasma at the center.
Okay. So there's essentially 3 different areas to choose from here from where you are. There is one that is so much as spotless that still has a few lights. Almost looks like candle lights coming from within. There's the somewhat half-decayed ruins, and then there's the ones that are almost completely withered to dust. Which one would you like to approach?
Whichever one's the closest.
There would be the completely intact one that is nearby.
Head off that way.
All right. You would begin your approach as you would get closer towards this completely intact building, as though someone had taken close care of it all this time. But as for who, you're not really certain. And you would get probably within, you'd imagine, only a couple of feet, less than a body length, before you would stop your approach. As just feet away, you would see a faint purple field shimmer before you that is encapsulating the contents of the house. Now that you're closer, you take a look and you can see that within one of the windows is definitely candlelight. But candlelight has a bit of a life to it, a dance, a flicker. This one is completely stagnant. You would surmise, yep, frozen in time.
Let's not join them in that problem.
No. You said there was one that was half ruined.
Yes, there's some beams and walls that remain intact, although it has clearly shown some signs of age and strife, similar to the ones in the Outlands back home.
Go ahead and approach that one, try and find some answers.
You'd approach, and there'd be something of a homestead that used to be here. There's some overgrowth that has taken over, and the second floor is mostly collapsed, but you definitely can get within the confines of, at what point was a living room. There's a wardrobe, a desk, and what remains of a sofa, and a few plates, and you can see there's some silverware, and there's an old pen and quill, some signs that this place at one point was lived in, perhaps a family.
Go ahead and start searching.
Roll investigation.
Box is made of rocks and trees.
Oh, come on!
You can see that a lot of what is here is, although aged, is not necessarily just the base materials. Like, for example, the ink and quill. It has a bit of a brass rim and this crystalline glass to the well. Although it has been caked over with age, it's definitely very nice. Same would apply to all of the cutlery and what little left of the clothing that is still tucked away in the wardrobe. The people that lived here were definitely well off. There's even a few bits and bobs of what looks like it may have been some form of magical trinket that could have served a purpose some time ago. You don't recognize it. There's a bit of a half sphere that has a few indentations that maybe a gem or something could fit into. It's a technology you haven't seen before, but age seems to have rendered it inoperable.
There was wealth in this place. A lot of these things are quite fine and ornate, but something happened and time seemed to affect it.
Well, at least we know the nature of the anomaly of this place. Surely something as powerful as spatial and temporal manipulation seems to fit the description of a startographer. At least we know what this one's specialized in.
Alright. I'm gonna step out of the ruins, and I'm gonna go ahead and... Sorry, just open it up. I'm gonna go ahead and pull out the spyglass, and I'm gonna try, from our current position, to look for any sort of points of interest within the crater that we may be able, that it looks like we may be able to reach, that may be where Genesis is located.
Okay. And you would begin your sweep. 1 second. Boop. As for Aerithal, you with your passive, there would be something that would pique your ears as you would look over towards the center drop into the abyss below, and you see that there's a bit of a spike in whatever is within this large central field, almost like a wispy bolt of lightning that would erupt from the ground up and would create something of a wave that would wash in your general direction. As everyone sees, there is an interruption for your goings-on as something is coming your way, as there's this washover that is approaching at rapid speeds.
Trying to avoid it, moving it away, running away.
Everyone ducks for cover. There's plenty of half walls and buildings to duck into for cover as this pulse would move through everyone. As you would hear something following afterwards. Following the pulse, you would raise up to see there are see-through shadows of humanoids. People running in a panic. It seems like they're all running in a particular direction, further down the bowl, as it were. And they're all moving away from something else. Something that came from the direction from where you had appeared. You can see that there's men, women, and children alike of a variety of different races that are all fleeing in unison. Ghosts within time, so it seems. You can see that there's this full orc who is hoofing it. He has a half-elf tucked underhand that he's carrying, and you can see there is some weird beam that comes from high above him that strikes him as he would erupt into a puff of gray fine mist as the half-elf would clamber onto the ground. The orc is gone. The woman would stand up, the half-elf keeps running, and you'd see there was a mass overhead as you would see their attacker.
Yeah, I was just about to say something like that.
Holy shit.
So, Would
Motherfucker.
I know what that is?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah, you know what that is.
So, I guess unless everybody else knows what that is in character,
No.
I'd probably not.
that is possibly one of the worst types of beholders you could ever come across. Even though it might not be strong per se, it is the most powerful.
Okay.
That thing could have, just one of them could have full, total, and complete control of just not just about every single inhabitant in an entire, I don't know, state, technically, city, island, if it's left to its own devices.
You saying that beholder controlled this place?
It might not have been in control. Maybe this time lock, whatever, was to stop it from asserting its dominance. Usually I wouldn't say underground. I don't usually it does it from the shadows. It doesn't make its presence known.
You would, yeah, on that note, Destin, this is quite uncharacteristic of one of these creatures to just go on a full assault. And just from what little architecture you can see of this place, this doesn't look like somewhere that it would inherently want to lair. It's very strange. It doesn't add up. And then you would also hear, as you would see, there are these red streaks of lightning, or at least so it looks, some magical incantation that comes from further within the isle that would strike this creature. Multiple of these red bolts all hitting it head on and fracturing the skull as it quivers in pain. And it would turn its attention towards something out from reach and would pursue in a different direction towards the center of the crater. Within the edge of this vision, you would see something at the far reaches. There's a second one of these that would pass overhead in a different direction, seemingly assaulting different people. And going off of previous perception checks, which were pretty good, it's barely seen, as if just a mirage, but at the very top of this field, moving along the clouds, you would see a giant tentacle move overhead. The full creature, whatever that is not able to be seen before the last traces of this anomaly would fade away. Perhaps that was a glimpse into genocide in full swing.
My God.
I think the big thing to note is, would I know how they are, like, born or created?
The details of which you will need a history roll in order to ascertain.
Okay. Let's find out.
You try to think back on it, and you know that they are at one point were beholders, but the exact process really isn't known to you.
Okay.
From where you're from, it's not it's not common knowledge.
Alrighty.
Just to confirm, every human was running into the pit, essentially.
Not into the pit, but essentially away from where this creature was. They're fleeing for their lives.
Okay, so they weren't really retreating to a specific direction then.
They were going all over the place.
Okay.
Some were going in that direction, yes, but that wasn't the majority. It was crowd mentality under extreme duress. Continuing on, however, there is definitely plenty of city to explore, as well as with Dagny, the glimpses that you were able to glean from your view of the spyglass. Just roll perception with advantage.
Yep. There we go. 22.
There seems to be something of a central, taller building that is dead ahead. You can see that there is a purple shimmer in certain places, suggesting that there are temporal anomalies abound, but plenty of places you think you might be able to snake through to stay safe.
That tower there. You may find answers there. You had to go around a lot of anomalies, but you shouldn't experience too much trouble if this place is merely playing on the phantoms on the past.
I'm not so sure. Destined, you're our resident aberration expert.
Somewhat.
Yeah. How long can these things live?
Indefinitely.
Fuck.
They are undead.
Oh
Well,
shit,
that's
my
extremely
britches.
concerning.
So I have started to shift my thinking. Maybe the time isn't a byproduct of that creature we saw, but maybe it was the only solution to stop this, to maybe lock this entire area into either a forced time stop or like future state. It's existing in multiple timelines, I guess. Not really a good word, but yeah.
I go look at the
Anyway.
tower as I turn invisible and take flight.
You take flight, getting
Okay.
a good aerial view. All
But,
right.
we should probably move. We'll continue
Oh wait,
to talk
before
on
you
the way.
go, he establishes a mental link with her, just so he knows if she goes kaput.
Mhm.
I'm curious
But
about
yeah, turning invisible, I'll click on that and spend a slot. And flying over to the Tilted Towers.
All right. You fly over, where there would certainly be part of this building is consumed by a temporal rift, seemingly freezing it in time, as that part of the building is pristine. The other half is rather decrepit. And, let's see, with your height advantage, you can roll perception as well, with advantage.
Neat.
Good thing you have advantage. You look overhead, and you see something that you blink a few times because surely that can't be right, but you blink again, and oh, it's there. You would spot, not as a shaded mirage, but 3 real humanoids, which are present just before the building. There's people here. One of them is clambered onto the ground. The other one is upright under a heavy cloak. And the third one is seemingly running away from the cloaked one, with him looking over his shoulder and seems to be afraid of him. They are all frozen in time.
Huh. Would getting closer get me in a funky field? That would also time stop me?
You can get within around 15 feet of these 3 before you would hit the field proper. So you can definitely get pretty close and ascertain what's going on.
Yeah, I would like to stealthily land while invisible to get a better look-see.
As quiet as ever, you land without making so much as a sound. And closest to you would be this figure that's collapsed on the ground. You can see that they are very heavily wounded, maybe perhaps dead. Impossible to tell given the circumstances. And you can see that they have sustained a tremendous head injury as most of their hair is soaked in blood. They appear to be pretty about their wits, as there's a glimmering longsword in their hand in half plate. So they were definitely a capable fighter, but have seemingly fallen. The cloaked figure has their back to you, as they are looking over towards the third figure, which is, again, running away in panic. I imagine everyone's trying to close the distance.
Yes.
All right.
Oh yeah, 100 times yes.
Yeah.
Everyone's keeping up and would eventually catch up with the harpy. And one curious detail that you notice as everyone sees this scene is there is no weapon or anything that's on the cloaked figure, but you can see that their skin is in fact purple. Perhaps a drow?
Okay.
Can I just toss a rock to this field and see what happens?
You find a small pebble, toss it. It would pass the threshold and would almost instantly come to a complete halt.
Fuck it. At this point, I have to try something. Choose a magical effect within range. We're gonna try this. I'm gonna go ahead and try and cast Dispel Magic at 4th level.
Okay.
I'm getting some Aerithal Dragon vibes from this.
Dang it. All right. It says 120 feet. Now, does this... It surely isn't a 120-foot radius.
No, it's within it's a range of 120 feet.
So, okay. Well, like, range, is it from a point, everything within that point within 120 feet is dispelled? Which I don't think that's it.
It's
Or is
not
it just...
really a radius, it's just pick a magical effect that's going on.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
The main goal was to get rid of the magical effect that is affecting these 3 characters.
Okay. So they're all within roughly 15 feet of each other. So roll Arcana. This will determine the radius for which your Dispel Magic can affect the field.
Okay.
Seeing her cast a spell, can I Bardic Inspiration her?
Sure.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll go ahead
It's
and
a
do that.
It's a D8, okay.
So, it already... Wait. Did that roll a D8? It did.
It did, but...
Yeah, so I guess 6 is what you're adding to your Arcana check.
Okay. Come on. Plus
Okay,
6,
okay.
That's 23.
Okay. You would dispel magic within a 30-foot radius from centered on... Well, because the cloaked figure is within the 3 of them. There's the cloaked... Or the person on the floor. 5 feet... Or 10 feet away is the cloaked figure. Then 20 feet away is the person running off. And they're running towards the building. As you would cast Dispel Magic, and you would see this... purple fields would be pushed. You would look over as you would see the now unfrozen figures animated once again. The one on the ground, he would turn over, choking on his own blood as it appears he's taking his final breaths. You would see that his skull has been fractured open and has been grievously wounded. He's going to die in his current state.
Okay.
As for... What?
I wanted to Let's see if you would allow me to cast this spell.
Ooh. Immediately?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. What are you casting?
Healing word on the dying guy.
Okay.
That's acceptable.
Sure. You seem to have prolonged the inevitable. As you can see that his wound will close, but the nature of this is definitely going to require more than just low-level healing magic. And your actions, of course, create some noise with your incantations being cast. And you would see there's the cloaked figure watching as the terrified man would continue his now resumed fleeing. He gives off a terrified scream. And this man, by the way, is a half-orc. And he has the fear of death in his eyes as he runs further towards the building, and within a few moments, once again would hit that magical time stop as you see it hit the threshold, and he would once again be frozen in time, which leaves the cloaked figure. You see that it would twitch a little bit, and having seemingly its head raised up at the sound of your magic, it would turn towards you, and you would see firsthand what this thing is.
Oh shit!
Roll for initiative.
Mother bitcher.
Oh no.
Let's go. Bring it. Ah.
This went very poorly.
That's what you think.
Is there...
We can use the scene card for the battle map. Give me a second to retrofit it. There we are.
Mr. Tentacle, no. You're supposed to be in Cobweb's head, not out here harassing me.
Intense hyperventilation. What do you mean by that?
Mouse.
No, I know, it's memes, I get it.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I didn't even have the encounter up, so I couldn't... Alright, roll for initiative now. Sorry.
Poison.
Jesus Christ.
Alrighty.
Hey, not bad.
I killed one of you at level 1 in a video game. This should be easy.
So you think.
Yeah, I know, right?
You don't have any chests to block the way this time. Dagny, you're at the top of the initiative. You don't know what this thing is, but it certainly isn't friendly and has a tentacled maw, and you can see its purple clawed hands are twitching with malice. You can also see there is a bit of a white glow from under its hood.
Okay. Yeah, I will go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Melf's Meteor at 3rd level.
MILF Meteor?
Melf's Minute Meteors.
I know. I'm shit posting at you.
Oh yeah.
So when you cast a spell and as a bonus action on each of your turns, you can spend 1 or 2 of the meteors. So yeah. I suppose we'd have to do. I would do that on the turn, I suppose.
Poison.
Let me see.
I'll
You
expend
lob
one.
of these? Okay,
yeah,
you're
I'll
gonna lob
lob
one of them.
Yeah.
All right. It's a dex save. Let me see. Okay. It fails.
So it's
We'll
taking
take it.
8 fire damage.
It takes it. As you hit this thing head on, you see its tentacles twitch. Didn't like that very much.
And I will go ahead and try and find some cover within 40 feet.
There definitely is a building you can hide behind, which I'll say is like over at the edge here.
Alright. No, go ahead and...
Which if you're
use my-
hiding around the bend, you will have total cover.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and use my 40 feet of movement to go to that point.
Okay. Go ahead and just move your... These are 5-foot spaces, so you can move your token as you see fit.
5, 6. Yeah, like right here. Come on. Why does it say it's attempting to collide with at least one wall? What the heck? Not letting me move.
Oh, I see. I got you.
There we go. Yep. That's my turn.
And you are behind cover, so we will indicate that with... this.
No.
Very well. That brings us to Nadira's turn, who is going to second level ice knife this bitch. There we go. Hurl that fucker at her. Pop, 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 pop. Pow! Pretty good.
Nice.
Alright. You see, it has to roll the dex save for the secondary damage, if I recall correctly. That's a failure. It takes all that. Boop, boop. Which brings us to Idravok's turn. He raises 2 hands up as you see these ethereal white daggers, almost made of this weird phantasmal light, as he would chuck both of them at the Mind Flayer. Let's see how he does.
So it fired.
And he hits both times. Jesus. He packs a fucking punch. Boop, boop,
Boom.
boop, boop. Oh my god!
Jesus!
You see these things go rent into its chest and almost burst it open as this thing has its weird purplish blood leak onto the streets that would mingle with the blood of the fallen humanoid. This thing is barely up after that. Idravok does not play around as he moves forward and takes a offensive position ready to go. Cobweb.
So we can get close, right?
You can go... Yeah, this is authentic distance, so you are... I don't want to do that. Fuck. You are 25 feet away.
You're within my range. Let me see here. Yeah, just running straight up on it. Or actually, he will stop right here, because I'm going to try to do something wacky. Feeling a strange tingle in the back of his head, Cobweb extends his arms as if on instincts as dark tendrils lash out from his fingertips as he casts the arms of Hadar. Hiya! Oh, there's a radius. Fuck. Hiya!
Alright. It will make a strength save. Let me see. In a failed save, takes the damage and can't take reactions. Okay. Half damage on a success.
Please don't be strong.
Ah, it fails. Alright. It rolled an 11. Jesus. Okay. Feet of you. Save. Okay. And that's your go. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Oh, actually, bonus action Storm Rune. And that's it.
Ping that thing. Is that going big?
No, that's the future sight.
Alright, I'll ping it so I just know what we're up against here.
Yeah, I got you. Hiya!
Okay. Okay, alright.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of your go, that brings us to the Mind Flayer's turn. You see it would gently push off the ground from within your incantation as there's this shadowy silhouette of it just floating in the air as it would move over here, as it can't see where it's going, and would end up here before everyone. I'm gonna measure. No, don't do that, Stinky. Alright. And with that being done, oh my god. Okay. So Nadira, Harpy, Destined, and Erithal. Dagny, you are behind cover, so this does not hit you, although you feel it smack the wall next to you.
Right.
All of you are making, let's see, what kind of save is this? You're making intelligence saving throws.
Oh, fuck.
Add 2 to it. Because you're within 10 feet of me.
Oh my god.
Woohoo!
Oh god.
Pretty sure we're all about to get stunned.
I don't know.
And take a shit ton of. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
DC's 11.
11.
Yeah, it ain't very high, apparently.
Oh, hey, I think I'm.
Oh, wait a minute, that's not correct. There we go. Oh, it's 15. There's an error on this for some reason.
What?
See,
Damn.
the sheet. I was like, wait a minute, that's a little bit low for a Mind Flayer.
Mm.
Alright. So
As
I have
my
to roll for
react-
Nadira.
As my reaction, I would like to give Erithal advantage.
Oh boy, here we go.
I have been betrayed.
We need the
rolled
healer.
the
It didn't
worst.
matter. It straight up didn't matter.
Alright.
I mean, I think
Destin,
Nadira
remind
made
me.
it because of Destined.
Yeah, it's everyone getting a +2? Is that how that works?
Anybody within 10 feet of me gets +2 to the save.
Okay.
Which
So
I don't think it helps anybody.
the
Nadira.
only person to
Oh,
pass
yeah.
the save is Nadira. Literally just enough thanks to your ability.
Ooh.
Let me see. Wow, I don't think
Not
she.
anybody but allies, but yeah.
I don't think she takes the damage either.
It's
Ambi Stone. Yeah, she's good. As for everyone else, you're not so lucky as you take. Boom, 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 boom.
Right.
This is probably gonna
Brain.
suck.
Hurts.
It's the base amount, anyways. Y'all take 22 psychic damage, and you all feel your minds go numb, as consciousness would fade, and all of you are completely stunned.
Well, at least we get a chance to save after our turn.
yeah.
Indeed. There we go.
Poison.
The Mind Flayer would move on to the closest available numb person and is going to end its turn there. Destin, you are stunned. You may re-roll your int save.
Alrighty, I'm just seeing.
Erithal and Bird
anything
Friend,
else.
you are all stunned. So yeah, the three of you roll your saves.
I don't have anything I can do. But you still get to add 2 to it.
That's a shame.
There you go.
Alright, so your stun would end. Erithal's would not. So yeah, the only person to get out of it is Destined. Dagny, you look over and you feel this quake would hit the stone wall you're hiding behind, and you see that a bunch of your friends suddenly go a bit limp where they stand. Mind Flayer is closing in on the Harpy.
Alright, yeah, gonna use my action for, mage armor because this is getting serious. Blah, blah, blah. And then use my bonus action, sorry, I gotta read this spell again. Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action to throw two meteors at it.
Alright. Think it twice.
Yep.
Roll damage for each attack, essentially, is what this is.
Yes.
Alright. DC 16. Passes the first, fails the second.
So 6 damage.
And takes the 6. Wait, 6?
Yeah. Because it took half of the first one and full of the second one.
My bad.
Yeah.
There is a pool of blood that is actively coming out from the tentacles that are coming from its shrouded face. But it's still barely up and seems very eager to get at the harpy that is still stunned. That seems to be the prize it is locked on.
Take it down!
It has almost this crazed composure, as though it's undergone some form of psychosis. Which brings us to Nadira. Alright, she is gonna wild shape. There we go. Into this motherfucker.
Yeah, baby!
Alright. Let's see what it can do. Oh, I'm thinking it's claw time. Come on. Ah, yeah, let's go.
Ooh.
Is it enough?
Let's see.
You see Nadira would shapeshift into this saber-toothed tiger, and within a single bound, you see those fangs lock into its neck as this thing goes tumbling onto the ground before the saber-tooth would begin to rip apart its innards and eviscerate, ripping off tentacles one at a time before there is nothing but a purpley, fleshy mess left on the ground, much like the person that it seemingly killed. Ending combat.
I have a headache.
Oof. Yeah. Like dropping concentration on the meteors, like those little meteors go from turn back into dirt as she drops the concentration.
Cobweb just sort of looks down at his hands. Oh, that's new.
Yeah, the stun would eventually end for Aerithal and Harpy.
Not a big fan of that.
Aerithal, are you alright?
I'll live. He just wipes a bit of blood from his nose.
Go ahead and search whatever's left of this creature.
Loot goblin. That's all you care
There's really not anything on it, really. There's this really weird, tattered cloak that appears to be made of some webby skin. And the creature has a disgusting, weird, slime to its purplish skin. And its biology is very similar to that of a human's. Go ahead and roll medicine.
Can I assist? Because I do have proficiency.
If you're walking up to it next to her and doing the same thing, then yes.
Yeah. I'll help out.
Good thing you have advantage.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks.
Poison.
While you can't make any sense of this creature, it's nothing short of abominable. Just something about the way this creature is just wrong, and it makes your skin crawl in a way that you don't like. You also notice that before it died, it had this white light that had come from under the hood. You can see it has these white washed over eyes that don't seem to be emitting it anymore. But either way, this creature was attacking this place in the midst of whatever apocalypse had struck this place, presumably the end of the world.
Yo, guys, wait. What about the one guy that the harpy helped?
Yes. Definitely directing our attention towards that dude.
Didn't he, run back into time stop shit?
No, the one that was on the ground, he means.
Yeah, the one that had his skull split open, but you healing worded him.
Yeah, didn't he run to the time stop again? I'm pretty sure.
No, that was the third guy that had yet to have his head split open from the mind flayer, ran, continuing in his path, hit the field again, and is now refrozen.
Oh.
There's still a critically wounded man that is on the ground.
Aerithal.
I'm coming. I will use basically spare the dying. Wait. When you said the harpy healed him, he needed a bit more powerful magic.
Yeah, he's still actively bleeding out. His head is opened.
Fuck it, just we need answers. So I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at 4th level.
All right, roll it.
Hey.
Let's go.
That's quite a bit. You would inflict your healing magic a bit more pronounced this time, and would do your work to ensure that this individual does not lose his life. As you can see that although he is in a very loosely stable condition now, he's definitely in no fighting condition, let alone the ability to stand or otherwise. He's going to need some serious medical attention. But you appear to have a first-hand survivor of whatever took place here.
Basically stabilized him enough that he's not immediately dying.
That you did. As you now have a first-hand account, where we will end the session.
Oh my gosh!
Wow, right on the 12 o'clock mark.